And replacement for Representative Southworth would be Amanda Baldwin. Did I say that right? Okay, thank you. And replacement for Representative Bernstein is Keith Ammon. That's fine right there. And replacement for Mary Griffin is Adrian Ankerberg. Is that okay? And replacement for Amanda Gord is Wendy Chase. Okay. Now, Representative Bernstein is our clerk. He's out today. Representative Lang is going to take over as clerk. He has to delay this for about 5 minutes because he has to present a bill in finance, and he'll be back by 5:10. So we're going to do that. Otherwise, we're in trouble if we don't have a clerk. That's a good question, but the first thing we're going to deal with is House Bill 1584. Yes.
Yeah, can I answer that question? So yeah, I saw Representative Lang this morning. He had a final version that he was trying to push through, so that's why we don't have it yet. So through OLS. Right, and he should be here to do that.
I think it's coming in the door now.
No,
Is that it?
no, there's something else. This is the, oh, those, is that an amendment?
That's the amendment, yes.
Oh, that's the amendment. Right on cue. Can we hand these out to you?
Okay, we have the amendment.
What is, what is Abbas? Who's the other person?
Abbas.
We'll find out where you're sitting.
Okay, right here.
You're right here.
Okay, I'm going to open the work session on House Bill 1584. Temporary clerk is with us, and we'll give him time, but we can get started. And we have an amendment that was put together jointly by Representative Aaron and Representative Schomburg. And whether Representative Aaron or Schomburg. Okay, Representative Aaron, you want to explain the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I got to get myself together here. Yes, Representative Schomburg brought an amendment last time we met, and so did I, and we just took those two amendments and put them together to have a complete amendment to the Bill HB 1584, which would provide a capital improvement program for the state fairs or agricultural fairs in New Hampshire. And basically, you know, we are making a statement that it's in the public interest to advance, encourage, and protect agricultural fairs, including the exhibition of livestock and agricultural produce of all kinds. And with these fair exhibitions, as they need funds to help them maintain and upkeep their infrastructure, the barns, the buildings, the walkways and so forth that need maintenance, we feel that it's important to have the state establish a fund that the Commissioner of Agriculture would sort of have control over that to distribute these funds to the fairs and in the places that are in need of infrastructure repairs. So we have the definitions in this amendment to define what we're talking about when we're talking about the commissioner, the department, the fair, the fund itself, meaning the Capital Improvement Program Fund for the fairs established in this RSA. The Capital Improvement Program Grant Fund would have each fiscal year, the state treasurer would transfer into this Capital Improvement Grant Fund the sum of $250,000. And my amendment, which was incorporated into this, would put a cap on that fund of $1 million so that, you know, at least we have a fund that's not going to accrue and accrue and accrue funds. This way we have a mechanism to say, well, if there's $1 million in this fund, then the state doesn't have to kick in any more money into it. Other parts of this here in page 2, line 3, and all the way to line 24 gives the conditions by which grants would be eligible to the agricultural fair associations. And so those are enumerated in this section. Also, we have in lines 25 to going on to the next page as well, the capital improvement grant disbursements and how that whole mechanism would work. The commissioner may allocate 95% of the capital improvement program grant funds, including fund interest, to eligible applicant fairs, and distribute those funds according to merit as measured by a merit rating set by the commissioner. We have the next section, which is on page 3, also defining how the department would develop and manage appropriate contracts with the selected applicants, provisions in the contracts, and you know, just basically how this program would work. There's also a reporting mechanism that was added in on page 3, lines 24 to 30, which says that annually the commissioner would compile a report detailing the number of disbursements from this fund, the amount of each disbursement, the entities that receive the disbursement and the purposes of the disbursement and so on. And that report would be distributed to the House of Representatives, the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, chairpersons of House Ways and Means and House and Senate Finance Committees, and House and Senate committees with jurisdiction over environmental and agricultural issues by November 1st of each year. So there's a reporting mechanism that was added into this bill too. There's also an auditing section and how those audits should take place. Also, on page 4, we talk about, what happens if there's a failure to keep any kind of records or books on this. And that's pretty much what this amendment does, is really kind of get into the weeds and clarify how this program will work and how the fund should be set up and how the funds should be dispersed from this fund. So, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Aaron. We have the Commissioner here, Commissioner Sean Jasper, the Commissioner of Agriculture. Have you seen this amendment, and do you agree?
Yes, I have. I had proposed a version of this late last week, and it's been much improved over what I had proposed, and I am in support of it. Part of what I did, and the reason you'll see it moves to 425, because there was already a section that authorized monies going to the fair. It just has not had money appropriated to it, but it went in a different way. So this was the audit function is what is in current law. So that's already there. And so this just melds the proposed bill together with current law and makes some great improvements to it, in my opinion. And I appreciate the work that went into this.
Does anybody have any questions? Representative Almy.
I hope there's a good answer to this, because I don't want to have to redo it. But on page 3, line 31, it also is in current law, but it referred to the old agricultural fair support program, which hasn't been respected for decades, apparently. What does it mean now? Repairs. In case of partial or total destruction of the building by fire or otherwise, the commissioner may make needed repairs or replacement with the approval of governor and council and use proceeds of any insurance. I think it originally was talking about the New Hampshire building at the New England, I forget what you call it, States Fair.
I don't believe so.
No?
The 425-19 was simply about the fairs. The law dealing with the New Hampshire building at the Big E is in a separate section of law.
Okay.
So I think this really was about the case if buildings were destroyed on fairgrounds, that rather than going through the entire process, we could react more quickly than normal to allow those buildings to be back up and running again. Because obviously it's one thing to plan for an upgrade or a new facility. That wouldn't impact the ongoing operation, but if a building is destroyed by fire, such as what we saw at Granite State, which is the old Rochester, that would impact that year's fair. So this section would allow that to take place much more quickly. I would simply need to go to G and C to make that happen. So
Thank you.
I think this makes sense.
Any further questions? Representative Bromley?
No, not at all.
Seeing no further questions, then anybody else have anything to say? I don't see anything, so what I'm going to do is, Representative Spilsbury?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if this question is really aimed at Commissioner Jasper or the co-sponsors, but On the bottom of page 1, in lines 31 and 32, a new sentence has been added to create the upper limit of $1 million of accumulated capital. But if I'm reading it correctly, this says that in any year in which the balance is more than $1 million, no transfer will be made. But in any year in which the balance is under $1 million, a transfer would be made. So my question is, there happens to be $999,000 in the account. Does that mean 250 goes in and it becomes $1,249,000?
Representative Aaron, do you want to clarify that?
I would imagine that would be true. But, you know,
I think that particularly using the words "is at least" implies that that is the answer, but I'm not sure whether it was the intended answer. I thought perhaps the intention was to set a ceiling of $1 million and to make a transfer in the amount that would close the gap but not exceed $1 million. That's a question as to the intent.
Any responses?
Mr. Chair,
Representative Schamberg?
may I ask the Commissioner a question?
Yes.
Commissioner, presently, how much money is in that grant or that fund right now for this?
Well, the fund that previously in theory exists is the premium fund, and there is no money in that account. That has been a dormant account since sometime in the 80s.
Follow-up.
Follow-up?
Do you see this amount of money ever reaching $1 million, just theoretically?
The only time I would see that is if there was an extreme need on one fair and everything else was doing well. So if there was we knew that there was a building or an infrastructure need that was going to exceed $1 million and couldn't be done in phases, then I could see that as a possibility. I do not see that as a likelihood, but I think the answer to the question is if there was 990,000 or, you know, 999,000 in there, you put, you know, went up to 1.249 million, that wouldn't be a bad thing, but if it stayed at that level, there'd be no distribution in the next year. So I would hope that that would not be something that would kill it, because there could be planning ongoing.
Any further questions or comments? If not, I'm coming out of the work session.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Representative Bromney.
So during the hearings, I was saying that, not for you, Mr. Commissioner. No, this is just a general comment for the group. So I was the one that's saying that this bill was really a finance bill, but came to us. But we got word from the chair of finance that this will be funded if we pass it, the 250,000 at least for next year. So just thought you would want to know that. Thank you.
I've got a question.
Representative Ames.
Just continuing on that same subject, I guess that makes clear what is my understanding, that there will need to be an appropriation each year, or each budget year for it to happen. Don't believe that just having these words in this bill mean that $250,000 is going to transfer automatically, right?
Right. All we know is that in the second year of this 2-year budget, that the second year of the budget, they will fund that 250,000. But in going forward, we have no idea. It's every legislature will come up with whatever they come up with. Thank you.
Representative Alme.
Just to get that a little bit closer, if the way that it would stop coming is either that they change this law or that the Finance Committee puts into the budget, as they frequently do, we're not doing this law this year. In other words, we're suspending this section.
And they could always do that.
Yeah.
Any further, Representative Spilsbury?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, others more experienced in this sort of law will give me a quick answer on this. In lines 28 and 29, the fund shall be non-lapsing and continually appropriated. Does that phrase refer only to those funds that have been carried over from prior years? Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Tucker?
Well, I'd just like to thank the people who spent so much time on what seems to be, a small amount of money relative to what we often deal with. But these fairs are very important in this state, and I'm really delighted to be able to, that it all worked out and that I can vote yes.
It hasn't yet, we need to vote on it.
I know.
Any further questions or comments? If not, we're going to go into executive session on House Bill 1584-FN. And our clerk, Representative Malloy, are you ready to call the vote? We need a motion. And the
Madam
motion is, we need a motion first.
Yeah, we need
Representative Aaron, you want to make a motion?
Yes, Mr. Clerk, I would like to move that HB 1584
Yeah, go ahead.
ought to pass with an amendment. Do we do the amendment first, or?
Actually, we need to pass the amendment first.
Okay, so I I move that we ought to pass Amendment 1156H.
And I'll second that, Mr.
It's seconded by Representative Schamberg. Now, we need all those in favor of passing this amendment. Just raise your hand. Opposed? Unanimous. So now Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we pass HB 1584 as amended with an OTPA.
And I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
So the motion is ought to pass with Amendment 1156H. Made by Representative Aaron and seconded by Representative Schamberg. Any questions or comments on the motion of ought to pass as amended, with the amendment? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the vote. And what you're doing is it's ought to pass with Amendment 1156H.
Representative Brahmi,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Representative Abbas,
Yes.
Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Representative Doucette,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Janigian,
Yes.
Representative Nunez,
Yes.
Representative Lang,
Yes.
Representative Spilsbury,
Yes?
Representative Tudor,
Yes.
Representative Almy,
Yes.
Representative Ames,
Yes.
Representative Bolden,
Yes.
Representative Malloy, acting clerk, votes yes. Representative Schamberg,
Yes.
Representative Tucker,
Yes.
Representative Gamarlo,
Yes.
Representative Lockman is not here. Representative Chase,
Yes.
Representative Hacken Phillips,
Yes. Said he'd be
Representative Murphy.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Chair, Representative, Major.
Yes.
It's 22 to 0, unanimous 22 to 0 passes.
The vote being 22 to 0, the motion about to pass as a, with amendment passes. Without objection, it'll go on consent. I see no objection, so it'll be on consent. Now we're out of executive session. We're going into work session.
Switch seats with you, Dennis.
Sure, yeah. You want to take this over then?
Sure.
Okay. Good.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Dennis.
you're welcome. Happy to help. Happy to help.
Thanks.
Thank you, you're welcome.
We're going to work session on House Bill 1598-FN, an act legalizing the possession and use of cannabis. Now, I want to remind the committee that the policy of the use of cannabis has been set by the full House by a vote of 2 to 1. We're here to look at only the economic part of the bill, what it will do to raise revenues. And we have an amendment by Representative Lang, which is Amendment 2022-1152H.
Chair, can I ask a question first? Can I ask a question of the chair?
Yes. Representative
So
Bromley.
given a lot of the discussion is going to be based on an agreement that we should all have as to what we think the net revenue is going to be to the state. So can we have an informal conversation about that and maybe an offline vote? Because that would not be part of the amendment. It's more what we think as a committee the revenues will be once it's up and running for a while, not the first year. We know it's gonna, you know, we came up with a number of about 50 million, but when we take out the, I think we talked about last time, if we take out the edibles, that would go down by 40%, so whatever that is, 30 million. So I just want to make sure that, because someone's going to ask us that, what does the committee officially believe the revenues are going to be? I can see that happening on the floor or wherever. We should at least have our official agreement on that. If we cut, it may not be unanimous agreement, but we should have a vote on that separate, whether it's a straw poll or however the chair wants to handle that.
Representative Almy.
I believe that the report blurb is supposed to contain a revenue estimate, particularly if the original revenue estimate was very vague, as this one was.
Let me ask Representative Lang, you were putting together the revenue estimate.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I apologize. I am working on a chart in Excel to show the revenue estimates. I think we ran through it last time, and I gave some numbers based on both the estimate and the cost on the fact that we're doing, for lack of a better word, a staggered or staged rollout, right? That we're not going to do all 10 stores on day one. I can run through the numbers again if anybody wants, and then I'll email them out to everybody. I honestly, we're expecting one more amendment to replace the amendment that's on our table, because I got some conversations over the weekend, and I got an email from Mr. Simon this morning that had some language changes that I thought were appropriate. We can go over those. I've already sent them to OLS, but they're all still based off the amendment that we have in front of us, which is 1152. But if you want, I can run through the revenue estimates for you so we have a general idea of what we're talking about.
Why don't you just run through them?
Great. So I based all of our revenue estimates off the sheet given to us by the New Hampshire Liquor Commission. On the New Hampshire Liquor Commission, they estimated our gross revenues around $250 million. However, and our net revenues, or I should say our gross net, gross net, at $50 million to the state. So we'll sell $250 million worth of product. Out of that $250 million, we expect we'll generate about $50 million in profit for the state. From that profit, we have to realize that this does not include edibles, right? That their original estimates were based on selling all the products. We, on a conservative basis, chose 40%, meaning that I think it's going to be less than that, but 40% was the amount of revenue that was generated towards edibles. So from that $50 million, you have to subtract $20 million is the lost revenue because we're not going to be selling edibles on a recreational side. So our new adjusted gross profit is $30 million. Is the gross that'll be coming into the state from that, and then so that's the number that we'll be receiving, and then from there's some expenditures that come out of that. But $30 million is the rough estimate once all the stores are up and running based on the testimony.
And the stores you're talking about, is that 10 stores?
Right. So the basis was the revenues estimates were all based off 10 stores. And the original $14 million ask. We've decided in consultation with the Liquor Commission that we're not doing all 10 stores year one. The reality is they'll do 3 to 4 stores, which only requires a $4.6 million ask of the state. So it'll be 2 to 3 years before we're at a full revenue projection. So in the first year, we can assume it's going to be 1/3 of that $30 million. So our profit's going to be about $10 million in the first year, $20 million in the second year, and then in the third year, we'll be at $30 million. So it's approximately $10 million. If they keep adding 3 to 4 stores each year, it'll go up by $10 million each year until we get where we're at.
And there's nothing limiting us to 10 stores?
That's correct. So again, in the amendment, we talked about this briefly in the hearing. There's no limitations in the bill for the number of stores. So to fix the fact that if we need more than 10 stores, I treated this just like we do liquor stores. In liquor, all the revenue that comes in, if the state wants to open up another store, it has to come out of their gross net profits, their operating expense. So they add the cost of a new store into their operating expense and then subtract it from the revenue that comes from that came into the state. So we're doing the same exact model with the cannabis stores. So as the state makes money, they can hold back some of the profits from disbursement so they can open the next store. So it's as they make revenue, they can open up more stores. With the $10 million, they'll be able to, it's estimated that they'll make enough money to open 3 stores in the second year. It does mean that we don't get as much disbursement in that first year to the other agencies because we're using it to open up the next set of stores. So it'll take a while before we get to full boat, so to speak, and all the agencies will start getting their money at a higher level.
Would you say that these are moderate, conservative estimates?
I believe they're extremely conservative estimates. I think that they'll actually make more revenue than we're projecting, but I also don't want to over-project and then come up short.
Thank you, Representative Lang. Any questions, Representative Lang, Representative Ames?
So I've been thinking about our conversation last Friday and on this edibles question, and with it out of the picture for the Liquor Commission, what we did on Friday and what Representative Lang has truly accurately reported is to look at sort of the proportion that edibles have been of total sales in other states, and that's where the 40% on the conservative side comes from. But if New Hampshire has stores in which edibles are not sold, won't it be the case that customers near the borders, on either side of the border, who have stores nearby in our neighboring states where edibles are sold, that customers will still go to those stores if edibles are important to their consumption pattern, rather than cross the border? The Liquor Commission
You turned your mic on.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Liquor Commission will not be in the position that it is with liquor, similar products on either side of the border, and being able to sell premier products that are in direct competition with products of the same premier quality at a lower price. It will simply not have the product. And if it doesn't have the product, people will not come to the store and won't buy the products that the Liquor Commission does have, even though they might be at a lower price, because they'll get what they want, which may include both kinds of products locally. So my expectation would be that the loss would be greater than the proportion that the sales in other states show because of this phenomenon. You know, you go to the store that has all the things you want, not to this store and then that store, unless there's an extraordinary difference in price for a part of the product. So my expectation would be we're going to lose more than 40%.
Representative Lang.
Like, I'll just remind the committee, I ran through these numbers with the commissioner when they were here, and their anticipation is that these numbers are accurate. So that was there when they were here, and I ran through both the revenue side as well as the costing side to see what it was going to cost us to make sure we had enough to roll back into the program to open the next stores, and we didn't have to do another appropriation. And the commissioners said that our numbers were accurate, and that they felt that that was what they would project as well. And I by no stretch know the marijuana market by any provision, but again, I'm going to rely on them. They gave us the first initial, and I will also say, Representative Ames, and again, the bill that's coming out based on the conversation and based on what I know what's going on is the amendment that we're waiting on based on our conversation around edibles is basically the amendment I asked for would define edibles as basically food or drink, right? So gummies, cookies, brownies, you can't get a Red Bull with cannabis infused, right? So that would be those were going to be the prohibitions on the liquor store.
Well, that's welcome news. I think we needed that clarification.
So, well, that's what I put in that it would be food or drink, cannabis infused food or drink products.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, which also means that originally when we talked about edibles, we also included cartridges to get to that 40%, because the real number, even if you look at Massachusetts numbers, are the edibles as they define them, which includes basically the food and drink products, were only about 15% of their product. Because the cartridges and the concentrates and the tinctures and the ointments or topicals would all now become legally able to sell in the state stores.
And if I may, Mr. Chair.
Representative Ames.
I'd just like to respond to Representative Lang's response to what I said. I have great respect for the Liquor Commissioner, but he is the Liquor Commissioner, and he's as new to cannabis as we are. Well, I should say as I am. I know there are others in the room that are much more savvy on this than I am. But I think common sense applies here, and if the liquor stores are narrowed to selling products that do not include edibles, I think the impact on sales and on sort of the movement of customers to our stores rather than the neighboring states' stores will be the impact will be greater and the movement will be less to our stores. So I would say that although 40% seems conservative at the beginning and may indeed have included some items that were sold in those other stores that will no longer be edibles under the new language, I still think that this model with the Liquor Commission is likely to produce more like half of what it would produce, but for this exclusion of a much favored product from everything we've heard from the menu of items that the Liquor Commission will be able to sell.
Representative Romney, followed by Representative Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let's make sure we understand what the Liquor Commission presented us. Their analysis was based on a per capita amount of revenue that it looks like around 10 states or so have brought in. So to me, and you got to remember, there's only about 12 to 15% of the population will partake in this. It's not 50%, it may be growing a little bit, but it isn't like the market's going to expand that much when we legalize. So no matter how much marketing they do. So.
Did you say 15 or 50?
No, 15.
15, thank you.
Right. So, but this is per capita. So to me, when they said 50 million, that's the maximum that we're going to get. Once the market, he'll know when to stop opening stores. He'll wisely open stores into a point where, you know, we're going to water down the number of customers that are going to come per store. There's only so many stores that we can open on this, and that's, so you understand, that's the maximum. The way this analysis was done, which is very similar to when I chaired the Marijuana Commission. I don't want to bore you with that, but we came up with an estimate of 50 million as well. Again, with edibles. So that's why I feel comfortable with the 50 million. I understand Representative Ames. I kind of agree with you a bit on that we may lose some customers if we don't have edibles. But I think we just got to let this play out at this point if we pass this, and we'll see. But again, they based it on $35.54, the average per capita revenue, and that's what they used. And that was for it's going to be a lot less if we only have 5 stores open. It'll grow as we open more stores, but again, it's going to reach a point where the market's not going to grow beyond a certain point. Okay. And in my analysis in the liquor, when we did the Marijuana Commission, we included out-of-state sales in that analysis because we knew we would get some out-of-state that would not be in the per capita thing that we have, and we have a lot of tourists, right? And I think Representative Abbott's I think you've thought that through as well, and some of the comments you've made over time, that we will attract some out-of-state business as well. Hopefully they're consuming in the state because it would be illegal for them to bring it back, but that's not our, so that's my comment on it. And thank you.
Okay, before I go to Representative Tucker, the amendment made some definitions of what's sellable. And I just asked Representative Lang, what's not sellable by our stores are the edibles and ingestibles. But what is sellable is the pre-rolls, the accessories, topicals, the flour, cartridges, and concentrate. According to the list I have here, essentially 18% of the items are not sellable. And so that's defined in this amendment. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, I apologize. It's not defined in this amendment. It's because it came from Representative Ames over the weekend, and I gave it to OLS this morning. So basically what I told OLS is we want to make sure the only thing that's prohibited from sale in the state cannabis stores would be edibles as defined by food or drink. So again, cookies, gummies, brownies, your Red Bull with cannabis in it. So those kind of things would be prohibited for sale, but all other items would be available. So if you look at the sheet that Representative Abrami had given out, again, that represents about 18% of the revenue. So again, when I was conservative, when I took out 40% of the revenue, saying that's what edibles was going to be, I think it's more likely 20. We'll have $10 million more in there. But again, I don't want to overestimate and then come back short. So I'd rather stick to the 40% that we talked about.
Representative Tucker.
Yes, I had a question, and I hope that if there's someone in the audience who could answer it, if Representative Lang can't, we could call on them. But do most people, I mean, I know nothing about the topic, really, but do most people, most consumers, use both edibles and other cannabis products? That really, to answer Representative Ames's question or comments, we need to understand, do most people buy sort of both sides of the aisle in the store, or do most people buy one or the other? And knowing that really will answer the question as to whether or not our sales along the Massachusetts and other borders will be affected by the prohibition of food and drink edibles. Do you know the answer? Are there other people in the audience who might know the answer?
I would have absolutely zero idea, but probably one of the ATC people in here
Yeah, I
could
see,
probably,
see,
or
that's what I
the
think
gentleman
that
from
the
DHHS can answer.
Is no.
Is there somebody who could provide some?
So Representative Tucker, I think your question is, would people buy both flour and buy gummies at
Do
the
most
same time,
people-
right?
Yeah, do most people, are they users of both products, types of products?
Representative Doucette.
I think just my thought on this is this is really subjective. It's dependent upon what the customer wants. If we were to take this argument and apply it to what we have for a model in a liquor store, I would contend that beer and wine sales far exceed hard liquor sales. But that argument could be made on the model that we have for liquor stores right now. We can't come to we can all assume what we'd lose as far as edibles, but I don't think we're going to come to a rock solid number, because the argument can be made, against the liquor model that we have right now. I think we're going to have customers that come to New Hampshire to buy whatever it is that they want, and if they look for another product, they'll go to another place if they so desire. So I think a lot of this discussion is something we're not going to have a logical conclusion or agree on.
Representative Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One part of the possession limits that's not being taken into consideration, when it comes to the flour, the possession limit would be 4 ounces, which is significantly higher than any of the proposed legislation we've had in the past. I know HB 237, the possession limit would have been 1 ounce. So to the extent that a consumer from out of state did come to New Hampshire to make a purchase, they would be able to purchase a larger amount than they would under other policies. Now, will that offset the loss of revenue from not allowing certain edible products? I can't answer that exactly, but there will be some increased revenue share to out-of-state consumers for that reason. And the reason why we made the possession limit that high was exactly for that reason, was to potentially capture out-of-state consumers.
Representative Janesian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question. Yes. I have a question about Representative Lang's numbers. I don't know if I understood it correctly. I thought he said that once 10 stores are up and running, the net will be 30 million. Okay. And then I think I also heard you say for every store that's added after that, there's a $10 million increase in net. So I'm not sure, how did 10
No, I
result in
apologize. So
30?
again, it goes, as stores exceed that, we get, if we use the same math we just used to get where we were, it's basically for every 3 stores, we're adding $10 million worth of revenue. Right. So as they grow, that's kind of the model that'll look like.
So it's about 3 million per store.
Per store, roughly, yeah.
Thank you.
Again, that's the extremely conservative with edibles out of the conversation.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I agree with Representative Lang. Now that he's explained, I had not realized that so much of what we used to call edibles is vaping. But I wanted, with your permission, to add another question which would come up later, but which I might forget at that point because I'm not sure where it is in the bill. Does this also exclude the ATC edibles from these stores so that the centers would stay alive?
So the current bill, the current amendment in front of you leaves the medical edibles in the state cannabis stores. And we can have a discussion around that. Again, I can prepare a bill an amendment that includes them in and includes them out, but the current one includes them in. And again, in this bill, one of the things we added is the ability for ATCs to act as to obtain a parallel license to act as marijuana cultivators, manufacturers, and transport people for the state program, which gives them an entirely new revenue stream for their organizations. So, and again, the reason in doing that was it gives us access to immediately to people who are growing marijuana. We're not trying to ramp it up so much, and the new stores that are opening have a source to be able to go to. But the other reason is that we recognize that we may be doing a little harm in this bill to those programs, and so to give them this is the trade-off, to give them additional revenue streams. We don't know where this is going to go ultimately, but as it's here, I want to make sure I recognize we are potentially doing harm by allowing the medical marijuana in the state store, and I gave to mitigate that harm, I allowed them to apply for a parallel license to the state to be able to make revenue up, so to speak.
And just to follow up, do we have any indication from that group that they would be able to take this up?
There's nobody who's directly said, I'll apply for one of those licenses, if that's what you're asking for. So if you're looking for a definitive answer, the answer is no. If you're looking for a subjective answer, I'd argue that they're already in the market, and it gives them a way to increase their market cap and their market space, and they jump on it right away.
Are you all set, Representative Alney?
Yeah, I would like us to talk to them, but thank you.
Representative Ames.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that based on what's been said, I'm fine with the $30 million figure that Representative Lang has come up with. I actually agree with Representative Doucette that at some point we just have to acknowledge our limits in estimating impact of things like those that I was expressing concern about, the absence of a sought-after product and how that will affect particularly interstate movement. But $30 million, I think, takes into account a number of uncertainties, and that's fine with me if we need to go forward and try to get marching through the bill so that we can go to issues like that Representative Almy just raised in an ordered way.
All right. Oh, Representative Gamalo, I couldn't see you over there.
I know, I'm hiding again. I just needed a clarification from Susan about what she just said about vaping at the beginning of her question and edibles. Vaping cartridges are going to be sold. That's correct. Yes.
Again, the limit, I think, originally we kind of, when you say ingesting, right? So do you ingest, is vaping ingesting? You know,
Oh.
because then, right, so it became a question of what's an ingestible, so to
Oh,
speak.
okay.
And so the amendment that I requested from OLS this morning was to make sure we're clear that the idea of edibles is the food and drink category.
Okay.
So cartridges would be allowed.
Yes, and also concentrates, topicals, and
Yeah, I see the list
accessories
here.
and
Yeah.
pre-rolls.
May I have one more question, please?
Go ahead.
I can't find what's included in the 250 million. It would be the sales of everything including, is that an estimate if we did sell edibles?
So I think the Liquor Commission, when they answered, said that was their assumption, everything was legal. And then, so that's why we have to start backing things out, was because we know we're not going to be selling the edibles.
Okay.
And so we have to back out. Their original bill and financial note was based on everything being legal.
My question is, should they not be backed out at the top out of the 250 million and not on revenue because they're never going to be sold to begin with?
mathematically sure. It comes back to the same thing. I could take
I don't
20% out
think it does, actually.
and so I can do the math. I can do the math the other way. I just started with the gross number they had and then backed out of that. But I can do it the other way when I send this sheet out.
Yeah, I think it does make a difference, maybe. Okay, thank you.
Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand there's another amendment coming, and I'm not sure what it's going to modify, but would I be generally correct to assume that what can be sold is essentially the aggregation of the definition of cannabis on page, these are all on page 2, the definition of cannabis products and the definition of cannabis accessories? And if that's not exactly true, what else is there in the bill that would either add to or subtract to our understanding of what can be sold?
Representative Lang.
So the cannabis products, again, Representative Abbas did a good job in making this a forward-looking bill, in that if you look at cannabis products in the definition, it includes edibles in the definition of what a cannabis product is. However, later on in the bill, we have a section where we strike out the edibles, right? So you could say all cannabis products except for, and that's what they're going to fix in the bill that we just had, is the amendment I'm requesting is taking out the food and drink cannabis-infused products. Otherwise, yes, everything that's under cannabis products.
Can you just point me to where in the bill I'm looking for the subtraction?
Representative Ames might be able to do that better than I can, because I was trying to find it and I was struggling to. He went through and did a really in-depth. This is where we're prohibiting. So if he would like to answer, I think he might be better.
I'll give it a try. I wasn't ready for this. What I tried to point to were the various parts of the bill, just as you are, that relate to this question. And I started with the exclusion from the definition of cannabis. So this is defined at page 2, lines 26 to 27. And excluded from cannabis is the weight of any other ingredient combined with cannabis to prepare topical or oral administrations, food, drink, or other product. So there's one provision we have to keep in mind. The second is the possession limit, which I think you fingered. And in that case, there are actually two provisions that are affected by the possession limit. And I don't have that language right in front of me. But you have to look at...
I think we're looking then at page 3, lines 16 to 19.
I've got 19 to 22.
Right, 19 is, yeah, that's the prohibition piece that we're cleaning up.
And then that possession limit is operationalized in the provision that allows for personal use of cannabis, which is at page 4, lines 2 and 6. And finally, there's the definition of cannabis products, which is on page 3 at line 10. And that is a definition that includes, quote, edible products, ointments, and tinctures. And finally, there's the language at page 12, lines 3 to 4, that says that it shall be the duty of the commission to buy and have in its possession cannabis for sale. So I flagged all of these. I didn't offer a solution. I sent them to Representative Lang saying, I think there's a lot of confusion here. I'm confused. And if you go forward with an amendment, I think you should try to address all of these provisions. I think he's done that. I think what we should do is look at the amendment and see how it works. And that's on its way, as I understand it.
Well, thank you,
Just-
Representative Ames. I think we need to now look at the latest amendment, which is not the amendment coming, but it probably has everything except for the definitions.
Correct. So the current bill that's coming in, or the current amendment that's coming in deals with what edible is and making sure that it's clear that those food and drink items are not allowed to be sold in state liquor stores except to medical clients. That's what it'll say in the current language. or in the language that's coming in the amendment I just asked for this morning. But we could still go through the rest of because there's some financial stuff in here we probably want to talk about, and some of the other changes. I took out the 15 limit on cultivators in this bill.
Okay,
in this
why don't we go to the amendment that you just gave us, which isn't which doesn't have the definition modified, and the amendment we're talking about is 22-11528. Is that correct?
Correct. That's the most current one the committee has that deals with everything we talked to up to Friday. And then over the weekend, late Friday, we had a conversation. And then over the weekend, there was some more stuff that came in. I've submitted an amendment to try to clean that up as well.
Let's do this right from start to finish. So Representative Lang.
So I don't know, Mr. Chair, if you want to just go page by page and just take questions, because again, this is, I think that might be the easiest way rather than me try to point out every single change that's on here. Again, we talked about most of the changes that are in here. The only one that's missing from Friday is the testing, which I've added that. That'll be coming in the amendment coming up.
Let's start with page 1.
So there were no changes. This is original bill language.
Representative Tucker.
On page 1, on line 16, wouldn't it be better to
And that's
say-
of the amendment, right?
yes,
Okay.
all retail cannabis stores? And this answers the question. You don't now have it that all cannabis stores would be run by the state. And if you change 16 to plural, all, the A would be an all, and stores would have an S on it.
If I may. So again, Mr. Chairman, there's a definition of retail cannabis stores on the next on page 3. And it says a retail cannabis store, retail store means a state-operated facility that purchases cannabis from cannabis cultivating facilities and purchases cannabis and cannabis products from a cannabis manufacturing facility and sells, transfers, delivers cannabis and cannabis products to consumers. So in order to be a retail cannabis store, it means that it's a state-owned facility.
But having something that's on page 1 makes it clear that this is a monopoly arrangement in the state of New Hampshire that only the state can have a retail cannabis store.
If that's the will of the committee, I can add
Well,
the
I
word
think it's
all in
what
front of
I
it,
think-
but
I think it's what you're driving at, isn't it?
So I'm going to be polite and say that this is a forward-looking bill. Some of the language that was put in here was put in with the idea of if we wanted to change this to a full-blown, forward-looking private stores and dispensaries, there's only a few sections of this law you would have to change.
I understand that, and that's why I'm suggesting that this be very clear. That's what you're setting up.
So again, if it's the will of the committee, I can add the word all in front of all cannabis stores shall be operated by the state of New Hampshire. That's the will of the
I mean,
committee.
I think if you want a privatized system, that's what you should be aiming for. I think this is transparent, clear, this is what we're talking about.
All right. Anything else on page 1? Go ahead, Representative Lang.
Page 2, we don't have any changes. We will have changes coming in that will deal with the definition of cannabis to make sure that the cartridge, what we were talking about, it's only about the food and drink provisions of that. And I don't know how that'll work out given the language in section on line 7. That has a description of cannabis, and in there it talks about prepared topical oral administrations, food, drink, and other products. That language is going to change, I'm sure. I don't know exactly how it's going to change until we get it back from OLS. So any questions on page 2 or additions anybody would like to see on page 2? Again, this is current bill language. I didn't make any changes. I just know that based on the conversation with Representative Ames, there will be some change relative to, again, the food and drink conversation.
Representative Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if I heard the comments correctly, but there was some suggestion of perhaps removing the word mixture, which is page 2, line 9. And speaking in generally about any type of controlled substance, it's usually best to leave the word mixture in there in case and that comes to really an enforceability side. From a prosecution side, they would have to show 100% purity if you took out the term mixture. Also, if it's a THC product, but perhaps it's illegally laced with something else, and it gets a little complicated when you deal with specific definitions of synthetic or other manufactured drugs that are illegal. So I would just recommend, for the sake of not potentially opening a door of unintended consequences, leaving the word mixture in, or at least clarifying that.
I didn't receive any comments asking to remove that over the weekend.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Page 3, Mr. Chair.
Page 3.
So I agree with somewhere we had a conversation around here. There's no changes on this bill from the original bill in here. However, I do think we need to have a conversation around lines 19 through 22 and talking about the fact that the idea of cannabis infused products and making sure we're clear and understanding what that is. The purpose of this was basically to say that if you have a medical card, this doesn't apply, right? So if you have a therapeutic card, it doesn't apply. I do know one change is going to be, and again, this is at the request of Mr. Simon, is all through here where we talk about medical marijuana, we're going to change the word to therapeutic throughout the entire bill. I made that change request this morning. So we're talking about the therapeutic cannabis and not medical cannabis, because in our statute, in our 126X statutes, we talk about therapeutic use and therapeutic cannabis and therapeutic cards, so to speak, not medical cards. So I'm going to make that change to the entire bill to make sure we're consistent with other parts of our RSAs.
Okay. Any other questions on page 3? Representative Almy.
Thank you. With regard to this, but especially future sections, there is a administrator for the state medical cannabis program, therapeutic cannabis program. Oh, he's here?
He's here.
Oh, he wasn't speaking up. I think we need to talk with him about this solution. Representative Knurk is trying to find you right now, so.
So if I'm not mistaken, and he can answer that, my statement is right. We talk about therapeutic use and not medical use. Is that?
Yes, the RSA 126X establishes cannabis use of therapeutic.
So are you in agreement that we should change the word medical to therapeutic in the bill to make it clear so it's consistent with all the 126X statutes?
I'm not sure why we need either words in this bill.
Assuming we leave it in, but we don't want to leave it as medical, would therapeutic be the appropriate word to use?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, but this gets
Any
more
further
important when we
questions
get
on
to the
page 3?
solution.
Seeing none, we can go to page 4.
Mr. Chair, there were no changes on page 4, unless somebody just has comments in general about the page or a suggested change.
Questions or comments on page 4? And we go to page 5. Representative Janjigian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the top of page 5 talks about, a first fine being $500 or up to $500, no more than $500, and a driver's license suspended for up to 3 months, and then a second offense and future offenses up to a $1,000 fine and up to 6 months suspension. My concern one of my major concerns with this bill in the beginning was driving under the influence, and this addresses that, except I'm concerned that there's no teeth really in this, in that a judge could say, a person could be on their 5th offense, and the judge keeps saying, yeah, we'll you know, it says up to, so the person could be fined at 0 and they could be, not lose their license. So I think there needs to be some teeth in this. I'd like to see the second and future offense putting some lower limit on this so that it's suspended for at least 3 months, but up to 6, and at least $500 and up to 1,000. There needs to be some teeth in that, because if a particular judge in a particular area keeps letting someone off the hook, it's not going to be good for safety of other drivers.
If I may, Mr. Chair, to respond to that. So just understand that this is not relative to drugged or drunk driving. That's not what we're talking about in this section. This section is specifically talking about smoking or vaping in a car. So you're not allowed to smoke or vape in a car. And if you're caught smoking or vaping, so even if you just lit up the joint and the cop sees you light it up and walks over, you'd be guilty of this violation. That doesn't mean you're guilty of drug driving or drunk driving, which has much more severe penalties associated with it in a different section of our chapter of law. This is strictly having to deal with smoking or vaping marijuana products in a vehicle.
Okay, but even in that case, where there's a penalty proposed here, so to get some uniformity from judge to judge, I would think we still need a minimum. It's still a problem. Obviously, it's identified in the bill.
So lastly, I would just say that this is consistent with our other criminal statutes where you have a violation level offense. We don't generally specify the hard number. It's up, you know, if you're guilty of a violation, it's up to a $500 fine. If you're guilty of a misdemeanor, it's up to a $1,000 fine. So this language is consistent with other parts of our law. We can change it if we want, but generally that's when we say you're guilty of a violation. With limited exception, do we put a hard number and say if you do criminal trespass, you're fined $1,000, right? If you're guilty of criminal trespass, you're fined up to $1,000, and the judge takes into account all this mitigating and extenuating and the one that means worse situations, and then sets the fine according to the individual circumstances of a given offense.
I guess, do we know whether anyone can answer the question, has this been a problem with other things where a particular judge may keep letting someone off the hook? I mean, is this something that...
I will tell you, as a former police officer, there was judges I liked to be in front of and judges I didn't like to be in front of, but that's just the nature of jurisprudence.
Representative Almy?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, you know as well as I do that criminal justice has always set the judicial penalties. And I can't remember a time that we even changed their $1,000 fine to a $250 fine or something like that. This is policy from the previous committee.
Representative Doucette?
I agree with, thank you, Mr. Chair, I agree with Representative Almy. This is a policy issue, policy settled on this.
Further questions on page 5? Or comments?
Moving on to page 6, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Page 6, there is in the amendment I requested this morning based on the conversations we had on line 12, I'm going to make one word change. I'm going to add, it says the current amendment says requirements for the testing of cannabis, and this is regarding what rules the agency must set, and we're going to just change it to requirements for the testing of all is a new word I'm going to add in the middle of that, cannabis, to make sure it's clear that all cannabis that's going to be sold to consumer must be tested for quality and adulterants and da-da-da-da. Other than that, on this bill, I'm sorry.
Representative Almy?
Yes. I found this letter that was sent to us from A2LA, which a lot of people may not have opened because who knows what A2LA stands for. But it is the American Association for Laboratory Accreditation. And they had suggested 2 things about testing. The first one was defining what a cannabis testing facility is. And the second one was requirements for testing cannabis from a facility accredited in accordance with ISO, IEC, etc., by an accreditation body that is internationally recognized to the current version of etc., to test cannabis for potency and contaminants. So it's not just potency, it's also whether it's laced with gasoline or something.
So, Mr. Chair, again, if we look at the entirety of the bill and not just that one line, we talk about regulation of cannabis. On number 7, health and safety rules, including regarding the packaging and preparation of cannabis, restricting the use of pesticides that may be dangerous to consumers. So again, we have a provision that says that as part of the rulemaking authority, they have to take a look at the health and safety rules to make sure that these are taken care of. So again, we could be more specific if we want in the bill and be definitive and say that all lab testing must be in compliance with the ISO. I don't know without the commissioner here or DHHS here, although the gentleman from the medical marijuana program may be able to answer that. But I'd be a little concerned about putting a hard definition in here, not giving the agency the ability to find out. We may not even have a testing facility that meets those requirements in the state, and there's a secondary testing facility that could do it that misses one, ISO number, whatever it is. So I don't. Again, I'll leave it to the committee to make that decision. I'd be a little hesitant to hard. I think we're pretty clear. We want safe marijuana in our stores.
Could I just
Representative Almy.
explain? I think that contaminants is a much better word than pesticides. Pesticides is a piece of what can contaminate. And the rules will probably end up explaining what a contaminant is. But there are a lot of there are funguses, there are all kinds of things that could be in them. Including, I must admit, I lived next to Nigeria for a while, gasoline and other substances humans can't ingest.
So Representative Almy, how would so we're looking on page 6, line number 3, if everyone wants to
Yes.
read along.
Number 4, isn't it? Restrict, that's what you were looking at, health and safety rules?
Correct, it's line, that's line 3, section number 7.
It starts there.
Health and safety rules, including regarding the packaging and preparing of cannabis, contaminants, and restricting the use of pesticides that may be dangerous to consumers. Does that work for you?
Well, I was thinking just say the use of, contaminants.
Right, it's two different things. We want to
Yeah,
make sure.
yeah, right.
So,
That is, pesticide is a contaminant. But
right, but I'm calling a special attention to that. So again,
There's no problem.
so is that okay to everybody?
well, the presence of contaminants then. And shouldn't, potency is somewhere, I presume.
Representative Abbas.
Thank you, Mr.
Followed by Representative Hatch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In respect to the definition of a pesticide, it's actually a very broad definition. It can include even infused water with like garlic or mint to repel bugs if you're going to use that on your lawn. So pesticides is really, maybe want to keep it in, but at the same time, if you put any contaminants, I think having both of them might be the way to go. I just remember coming across it on a different issue. That's one of the reasons why we put.
So again, if I could reread that sentence the way I'm planning on submitting it as another addition to this amendment. Health and safety rules including regarding of packaging and preparation of cannabis, presence of contaminants, and the restricting the use of pesticides that may be dangerous to cannabis consumers. So I think that's the cleanest way to add that.
Oh, and then is there no testing for potency? Because this is very important for the labeling.
Again, if I know nothing about the testing of cannabis, so I don't know how they would test for potency, but maybe somebody here has an answer to that.
Yeah, you may.
Mr. Chair?
I told Jerry I had no idea.
Mr.
what my
Chair?
was.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Representative Aaron.
Aren't we talking policy again versus the financial aspects of the bill?
Can
Yeah, I
can
think-
answer that?
We're treading deeply in that.
Again, Representative Aaron, I think we're getting close, but I also think that if it's a consumer protection issue and it's important to this committee, I think we're probably okay. Again, we talked about the other day, it's the what and the how, right? So the what is legalization. That was the policy that was established by the Criminal Justice Committee. Now we're getting to the how that's being done, right? So I think we're okay in the how conversation. We're not okay with the what conversation.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And if I could just point out, if we have a reputation for contaminated product, we are not going to earn any money.
I'm not worried about earning money. I want to keep my citizens safe. Again, so in this online, I'm sorry, we got more. Go ahead.
Who's going to answer the question?
Potency, is this the potency question?
Yeah. On the potency.
My name is Michael Holt. I'm the administrator for the Therapeutic Cannabis Program within the Department of Health and Human Services.
It's right there.
Currently, all therapeutic cannabis is tested by an independent licensed laboratory in the state of New Hampshire. They are allowed to test cannabis only for the ATCs, not for other entities. Representative Almy's comments are spot on with regard to appropriateness of statutory language that should be in here regarding contaminants and pesticides and potency. It would be strange for the Liquor Commission to not establish these properly in the rule. However, legislative guidance is always appreciated when drafting rules by putting in words like potency, contaminants, pesticides, etc. I will say the primary concern that I have is that this bill would set up the Liquor Commission as the licensing entity for labs. We, HHS, is also a licensing entity for cannabis testing. Again, it's a duplication of regulatory effort.
So, Mr. Chair, just to be clear, because I just finished reading through some of the regulatory stuff. So again, under lines 7 through 10, we talk about labeling requirements of the product include mandating disclosure of the THC content. So there's our potency. Somehow we got to get a test to that to know what the potency is in order to put it on the label. So there will be some testing of the product to make sure they can meet all the other provisions. Again, it talks about the requirements of the package ensure it's not designed to appeal to minors and establishing the amount of THC that may be included in the serving of cannabis. So again, I think that that definition says in order to meet A, which is mandating disclosure of the THC content, someone's got to test it to figure out how potent this stuff is and how much THC is in the product. So I think the testing for potency is already implied in this bill.
Okay. Representative Hatch.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The gentleman from HHS expressed most of what I'm concerned about, and that's what we turn over to the agency to develop rulemaking. And there's some things that I've heard, and I need not add to what he had stated, but we need to be as explicit as possible in terms of developing or what's going to be developed in rulemaking, so the agency knows what's anticipated by the legislature who hands them this package to develop the rules for. And if we leave, in my experience in the rulemaking process, if we leave a plethora of things out that we assume will be added to it, it doesn't always happen, and there's not going to be any cross-check to assure that it does happen. Just a concern.
So it sounds like this discussion has identified these items, which Representative Lang is going to see that's added. So I think we can move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are no other changes in the rest of 6. So I identified 2 changes we're going to do right now. We're going to add the presence of contamination and make sure the word all is involved in the testing of all cannabis.
Representative Ames, did you have a question?
Yeah, well, yes, just a suggestion. I think in that same section 10, Roman 10 that you were just referring to, Representative Lang, why wouldn't you put in requirements for the testing of all cannabis for potency, contamination? Maybe as an and there. I don't know whether you need to go beyond that.
I can look at that again. I think we added contamination already when we talk about the health and safety rules. I can look under the labeling requirements. Again, we have a mandate for disclosure, THC content, and I can just, for each product, I can put as indicated by testing or something like that, so that we know.
Well, my thought is that you have it right down in the requirement for the testing of all cannabis for potency,
And just put including potency.
including potency and contamination.
Yeah,
That'd be good.
I was gonna concur with that. Well, it doesn't hurt to put,
Representative Bromley.
no, I'm concurring with that. I mean, it doesn't hurt to add it, potency. It's only adding one word there, so.
Got it. So no other changes on that line.
So on to line, page 7.
Page 7, the biggest change in here is on line 3, Roman numeral 6, and this is where we allow the alternative treatment centers to have parallel licenses to be able to sell to the state.
Any questions or comments on that? Representative Elmy.
Could we get Mr. Holt to come back and talk to us about this? About what he thinks about this section? He's our only link to the group that we're talking about.
Are we talking about Mr. Simon
No,
Yeah.
or the
No.
or the medical
Talking about
medical
Mike
director?
Mike Holt.
Mr. Holt is ATC's.
Mr.
He's
Holt?
the administrative director of the ATCs in HHS.
Do you have a copy of the amendment?
I do not. I have a copy of the previous amendment.
We have a
But I think it's
copy
the
right
same
here
language.
for you.
So for the people in the room, the new amendment version, I'll just read the paragraph so everyone knows what we're talking about. It says an alternative treatment center registered to operate pursuant to RSA 126X may file an application to obtain a separate registration to operate a cannabis cultivation facility, cannabis product manufacturing facility, a cannabis transporter pursuant to this chapter. Such applicant shall comply with the same application procedure set forth in this section and shall be subject to the provisions of this chapter. If approved, the applicant may operate as an alternative treatment center pursuant to RSA 126X and as a cannabis cultivation facility, cannabis product manufacturing facility, and cannabis transporter pursuant to this chapter as separate entities in a separate physical location.
Thank you. If the question is, what does the Department of Health and Human Services opinion on this language? Well, I first would say there are 2 ATCs here in the room, and they may have comments as well with regard to the feasibility of this. The number one issue that I see, I would say there's 2 issues primarily. One is that this language does not provide a path to for-profit status, and it's unclear whether or not the nonprofit ATCs would be allowed to enter this market without being a for-profit an entity. The language does say as separate entities, so if that is what is intended, it's still unclear how one gets to be a separate entity without a for-profit conversion. The second issue I see here is that this requires a separate physical location of the cultivation facility, which we know is a huge expense. So it's unclear if the goal here is to allow cannabis to get into the state-run stores, they would have to build out a new cultivation facility and wouldn't be able to use their current facilities. I think lastly, TCP would be concerned about protections for the medical market to ensure that the ATCs would continue to provide cannabis for the medical market under this bill.
Understood. I think we heard testimony or Friday it was from talk about Maine, where literally the intention of this bill is that you could file a separate company and on your facility you could put a second greenhouse. And we talked about, someone said that there was a Maine facility that literally has, this is the medical marijuana greenhouse, this is the adult use greenhouse. And the intention was that on the same grounds, but they had to have the products separated. So the idea was to allow for the ATCs to be able to do that.
Representative Nunes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that I understand what Mr. Holt's saying, that somewhere in here it should say that the additional license is a for-profit license.
Sure, let me give
Sure, let me give that to OLS and see if they can figure a way of drafting that the second parallel license will be a for-profit license.
Can I just interject?
Representative Bromney.
Yeah, obviously, this is something they've been looking for a long time, to be able to do that. I'm correct on that, correct? I know we had talked about a marijuana commission to give them a pathway. But is the issue the way the ATC statutes are written that becomes problematic? Is there stuff that we should be looking in the ATC statutes that needs to be modified as well to, if we do this? One, and two, it would be a violation of the ATC's statutes because they can't, right now, I guess what I'm saying, right now, the ATC establishments cannot sell, the growers cannot sell to any other can't sell to recreation, correct?
That's correct. The current cannabis law allows the ATCs to sell to one another only.
Only. So to be able to do this, wouldn't we have to modify those statutes as well? The ATC statutes to have
I think
this?
there's quite a bit of work that needs to be done in order to figure out what the mechanism would be to allow the ATCs to enter this market, including a for-profit conversion, which was the subject of the vetoed Senate Bill 38 from last session, including, the specific mechanisms to allow sale, the issues of duplicate regulation, overlapping regulation, and most importantly to the program is to ensure if an ATC entered this market that there would still be enough cannabis and cannabis products to serve the medical population at their ATC stores. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to get done in how that would happen. This sets up a framework, certainly, but I think there's a lot of details that will be worked out, and including potential amendments to the RSA 126X.
So,
But I don't know what any of those are.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can I follow up?
Follow up.
So it sounds like Senate Bill 38 from last year may have language that could be helpful to OLS to.
So I did specifically bring up to the drafter, Anthony, the 126X, and I was concerned there were things prohibiting that we might have to modify in order to allow this. He said after review it was not the case. This language alone was all that was needed. I can have him refollow it up and check again, but he felt that based on statute there wasn't a reason. There may be a rules and regulation issue that has to be worked out between the agencies, but by statute there wasn't a limitation.
Seems pretty major. I mean, if it says in the ATC statutes that they can't sell to recreational sites, that's pretty.
But again, this is going to be a separate entity, so it wouldn't be the ATC, it would be the ATC's for-profit organization, which would be different. A separate entity and a separate condition. We're not doing it under the ATC's medical license. We're doing it under the for-profit license that is in there. That's allowed by a different statute. And that's why we also have the issue of separate facilities, is to make sure, again, it's clear this is adult use, this is medical, this has certain rules, that has different rules.
So what you're saying then, what this really does is it allows a corporate structure. It would one own the other? I mean, or is it two different corporations?
So I would say it's two different corporations. They can apply for a get a license, ATC. Again, the intention of this, and in talking to the drafter, that this language would allow them to create a for-profit organization, apply for a parallel license, be on the same, for lack of a better phrase, physical property, but same street address, but have separate physical locations to separate the medical marijuana from the adult use marijuana, and that would meet the terms and conditions of both this and the ATC requirements.
Representative Abbas.
Thank you. And this is a question for anyone in the committee. Has the ATC provided any suggested language or recommendations on how to draft this provision? And if they haven't, I would
urge the committee to call on Matt Simon, who is here and may have some more detailed testimony regarding this issue.
Because I think it's pretty clear what's trying to be done here. The execution is where the problem is. But I suppose if the ATC's had any recommendation on that, it would be much appreciated.
Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Without having taken any look at the ATC statutes, I don't know whether this would work, but as a parallel entity that's self-contained and described here, this may be one of those places where you start with the prefatory phrase, notwithstanding RSA XYZ, the following will be allowed. So again, I'm just suggesting a brief path.
Thank you, Representative Spilsbury. Representative Ames. Almy.
Thank you. Do we have anyone here who knows from the legal side whether you can form a for-profit corporation that would be required to hand over all of its profits to the nonprofit, which is what they need? So they can keep their prices down.
Well, Mr. Chair,
Representative Romney.
I know in Massachusetts, a not-for-profit can own a for-profit, but I think in New Hampshire, that's not the case. A for-profit can own a not-for-profit. It's the other way around. And I know that because of a company that I worked for that was in Massachusetts that was, and I had inquired about New Hampshire and it was totally different. It was just the other way around. So that's, and I don't see anybody else here that has that answer. So I don't know if that's the correct answer. I think it is.
I guess all I know is that this needs to be done carefully, that with all respect to the drafter, that using words like entities, which is in this amendment, and permitting an alternative treatment center to make the application probably isn't going to result in the clarity that's needed. I do have the 126X statute right here, and you don't have to go beyond the second line of the statute to see that by definition an alternative treatment center is a non-profit, they call it a not-for-profit entity. And so what we'd be writing here is that an alternative treatment center, which means a non-profit entity, may file an application to obtain a separate registration, presumably in its name. It just, there's a logical, seemed to me, discontinuity here is eminently fixable. It just requires a little more time and attention, and I don't know whether we can give it that time and attention, but I'm not necessarily opposed to doing this. I hear from the alternative treatment centers that they want to do this.
Let me remind the committee, we need to get this bill out Wednesday morning. I was hoping that we could get this bill out today. It took all afternoon. Mr. Simons, can you add anything that can help get us off dead center here?
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, Matt Simon, representing Prime ATC. We sent this paragraph to attorneys. Business law is not my area of expertise at all, so they've asked me some questions via email. I'm hoping to be on the phone with them this afternoon to try to reach some level of understanding here. As it is, we have far more questions, and this doesn't seem sufficient or adequate. As background, several states required medical cannabis businesses to be nonprofit, and all of those states, I believe, except New Hampshire, has dropped that requirement and has allowed medical cannabis businesses to be for-profit. So Senate Bill 38 created a system for transitioning and allowing ATCs to become for-profit. We've suggested all along that that should be included in any adult use legalization bill. I don't understand how we could operate two separate entities, even if it's legally viable. It's hard to see it being viable from a business perspective, having to duplicate efforts in multiple facilities and hire. I don't know how that would work We've talked about it a little bit. It would certainly add costs as opposed to states that are able to be dual use cultivators and manufacturers. So my sense is that this isn't going to work, and we'll need further work before it could be workable. But we're working with you to try to make sense of it.
Representative Tucker?
So what you're saying is that one solution would be to have this paragraph change ATCs to profit-making firms.
Speak into the mic.
I'm sorry. So a solution would be to eliminate the nonprofit status of these ATCs in this bill and just have them turn into, if they wish to, profit-making groups. Is that correct? I guess I'm asking Tim Lang.
I'm not an attorney, so.
Right, but I mean, that's what you're talking about.
That has been our suggestion
So rather than going
all
the
along.
parallel route, you're saying the solution here is not to rework a complicated topic, but to change this, to allow changing the status, should they wish to profit-making in order to fulfill the, sort of the trade-off that they might lose some status and profit or
Right.
cash flow.
And I also think it's imperative for our ability to serve patients and continue serving patients in a way that's even remotely competitive with the state-run stores. We've already heard that it'll be tax-free cannabis in state-run stores. The goal is to undercut the costs of neighboring states. Meanwhile, the ATCs are required to be vertically integrated, produce all of our own product. We can't buy from anybody else. So patients will have maybe dozens of options at the state stores. They'll only be able to buy products produced by Prime ATC, or if we were to buy from one of the other two ATCs at wholesale. So you're creating a much more limited market for medical use. I don't know if there's any way around that, but certainly including the language of SB 38 would give the ATCs the ability to convert to for-profit and potentially participate in both markets
So it could-
and do so more effectively on both sides.
So follow-up?
A follow-up?
So, everything I've heard about the medical side of is really superior, and that you have the ability to talk with people who are users because of medical reasons in a way that is more like a patient relationship rather than a retail store relationship. So that's very important, I think, to preserve. So you're saying that the best way to preserve that would be to change this section 6, Roman numeral 6, into the ability to have a nonprofit should you choose. I mean, to have a profit making should you choose.
I believe that's correct.
Okay, so is that something that you think could be pursued,
So,
Representative Lang?
So again, I think that's a huge policy change, making ATCs, dispensaries, for-profit versus not-for-profit, and I think that's probably way beyond the purview of this committee to make that broad determination. What I can do is look at, again, I'll go back to the drafter and look at language that talks about notwithstanding kind of language that says, you know, excluding this chapter of law, this is what you're allowed to do kind of thing. I'll see if we can figure that out and do something with that, because the other alternative is to strike this language altogether and not even given the ability to do this, which I'd rather not do. I think it's a benefit to them. I think it's a benefit to the state. I would rather not strike the language. And if you know, due to time constraints, we get stuck, we can pass something with the intent of what we're trying to do and take over to the Senate and clean it up, where we do have more time. We'll have another month and a half, 2 months to work on it. I don't like generally doing that, passing bad language over, but at the same point, we pass it over with clear understanding that we need to look at this section. Otherwise, we strike it. We can just strike number 6 altogether and just not give them the opportunity. But I'll look at that. I'll look with the drafter and see if there's a way of cleaning it up to where it would work. But absent that, we can just look at striking it and not even putting the opportunity in there.
It sounds like that we pass it over to the Senate with some language that it needs to be cleaned up.
That's what I would prefer to do, Mr. Chairman. Again, we're getting back into the what and the how conversation. What is the legalization? The how is how we go about it. This is a how question. I'd like to give the ATCs the opportunity to sell to the state that's what this whole chapter, this paragraph is about, is giving them the opportunity. If we need to clean that up, I'd rather take it over to the Senate and clean it up versus kill this bill.
Right, it's a policy, so.
If I may
Okay,
just
we-
comment briefly, if the bill were to come out forbidding the ATCs to participate in this market, I would just argue that it's also a very large policy change to license potentially dozens or hundreds of businesses that would be for-profit in a space where there are already 3 existing businesses that have to be nonprofit. So if you want a bill that people are very unhappy with, that'd be a way
It's
to
not my
go.
intention, that's why I put the language in. That's not my intention,
understand.
so
Thank you.
I'd like to see it.
Matt?
So Senate Bill 38, did that pass both houses?
Yes, it passed the House and Senate. It was vetoed by the governor. The Senate overrode the veto 19-5, and the House was 2 votes short of that override. And if you look at the governor's veto statement, I believe I included it in my emails, he specifically mentions the idea of having regional for-profit monopolies and the concern that if they went for-profit prematurely, that it would give us an unfair head start. And I'm arguing that this is the opposite. You'd be giving hundreds of businesses potentially an unfair head start and leaving us in the dust. And that's the governor's veto statement flipped on its head.
Thank you
Does
for
that
that
make
answer.
sense?
That's a good answer. Thank you.
Representative Helmy?
Thank you. I'm not, I don't know what the House would do this year since, that wasn't last year, was it? It was the year before.
It was vetoed in August and the
Oh.
votes were in January
Of
this year.
Okay, so we've got the same people. We have an almost 2/3 in the House. We have a 2/3 in the Senate that went along with this solution, except the governor vetoed it because we didn't have marijuana legalization. I don't see that why we can't include that bill or the operative parts of it into this bill and have it go forward, since the governor's if the governor is willing to sign legalization, he should be willing to sign this part of it as well.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd just be concerned that we start going to non-germane areas if we open up if we change the ATCs and try to do that to make them all for profit. Either the speaker or someone may argue that it's a non-germane amendment, that wasn't included in the original bill, to go start changing 126. And so I'm a little bit nervous about that, that we get it killed for some other stupid reason when we have a path forward right here.
Well, this
We're
one,
not going to solve this right now, so we have to make a decision. Do we make a small tweak on this and move forward?
I will, Mr.
and
Chair.
warn the Senate?
I will, Mr. Chair.
The other thing is, we have somebody from the Bankers Association who wants to
oh, again.
say.
Sorry, thank you. For the record, Ryan Hale, Vice President, Government Relations for New Hampshire Bankers. While this is not a banking issue, we just thought that it might be helpful for the committee. We as an association are a nonprofit, but we do operate a for-profit. We thought that might be helpful for the committee.
All right. Representative Doucette?
Short of counting on the, thank you, Mr. Chair, short of counting, I would agree and suggest that we strike Section 6. The suppliers that we're trying to include here can apply like any other entity that wants to be a cultivator, okay? And we lose this headache, okay? And it doesn't change the bill.
Mr. Chair, I'll take on the tweaks that of trying to make the language work, because I do think we want to be fair to the ATCs and not give them an undue delay in this process. And I'll bring it to the committee and we can decide. I am nervous about either we have to strike the language, because I don't think we should go deep into 126 and try to change chapters of law that are not already brought up in this bill and specifics like making ATCs for-profit organizations. So I'd rather not do that, but I'd rather do just kind of tweak the language we have, and we can move over to the Senate. And then if they want to add it, it'll follow the Senate process, and they have every right to add the 126 language to make ATC's profits from Senate Bill 38.
Representative Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I first introduced the bill a few weeks ago, I'm supportive of having some type of partnership with the ATCs, but it's a complicated integration, and I would say that without having any suggestions or even suggested language, it makes that partnership extremely difficult. And I understand that a lot of people are concerned about what potential negative impact 1598 would have on the ATCs. Has there been any information presented to the committee about the percentage of customers that the ATCs would potentially lose to if there was a retail cannabis store? And I guess what was the basis of arriving at that conclusion? And the other question really is, how much a percentage of the sales would the ATCs have to lose before their viability actually came into question? I'm not sure if that was provided to me. I understand that there may be a competing market share to some degree, but I'm just, without seeing the business model itself, I wouldn't know the details of that.
We don't know, and we don't have the time to find out.
Can we ask Michael Holt, the administrator of the ATCs?
He doesn't have the answer.
So, Mr. Chair, I think probably the important thing we heard was from the banking industry that you could have a not-for-profit entity that also owns a for-profit entity. And I was thinking of Concord Capital Region Healthcare when I worked for them. We had some medical practices we owned that were for-profit medical practices that were owned by Capital Region Healthcare. So I know you can do that. There are some tax implications of those kind of things, but I also realize we can do that.
I think we need to move on.
Thank you. So next comes to the fund. The real reason Ways and Means is here. We're talking about disbursement of funds and collection of funds and what that looks like. We're still on page, sorry, where am I here? We moved on from page 7. There's no changes in the rest of that page. And we move on to page 8. On page 8, the first changes that were made as part of the amendments was the banking language, which I presented to you guys last week. It starts on page 8, line 18. And mainly we talk about just some financial protections, things like the monies that the fund shall be kept distinct and separate from all the other funds in the state treasury, and the monies credited to the fund shall be held distinct and separate from all other funds over which the state treasurer has control. Monies in the fund shall be deposited in a financial institution as defined by the RSA with a branch in the state. So again, this is just some financial protections we put into the bill to protect the state in case the federal government comes in. We didn't want liquor to intermix cannabis money with liquor money and then have the feds come in and decide they're going to take all of our money. And so it was just a little bit of protections put into the law to deal with that. Then we get down to line 32, which is where we start talking about disbursement of the money, the revenues that do come in from the cannabis fund and deposit into the cannabis fund. As I said on Friday, the first thing this amendment does is I inverted the payback to the citizens with the operational expenses for the agency. In other words, the agency has to be able to operate first, and then we start paying back the citizens, the $4.6 million. I also put a deadline in number 4 for the payback. So number 3 on line 32 is the administration, allowing them to take the administration out of the $30 million. And then number 4 is the payback. And I gave them a 5-year payback with the idea being that the first 3 years they're going to be in a pretty significant growth mode. And then the second 2 years they should have enough revenue coming in that to be able to pay our citizens the $4.6 million startup costs that we allocated for them.
Any questions on page 8? No. Then we're on to 9.
Moving on to page 9, this is where we start talking about the net revenues, meaning that after we've taken out the costs and after we've paid back the citizens, how much money is left and what are we going to do with that money. So I'm going to run through it. I'm hoping I can get through the 5 sections that are here about how the money is dispersed, and then we'll have just a conversation in general about disbursement. So the first one is 50% will be sent to the Department of Revenue to offset swept property tax. So as explained, I think on Friday, currently by statute, we have to raise $363 million for swept, and that's the direct taxation we do to our citizens. If we're going to do this, I felt we need to give our citizens a good reason why we're doing this, and and this swept property tax reduction was one of the ways. In that, if we raised $363 million and 50% of the money we got was $10 million, we would then only have to raise $353 million from our citizens. We would directly offset the statutory obligation, the $363 million, which would result in the line item on your property tax bill that says statewide education property tax being lowered for every citizen, every taxpayer. So that's the first one, first disbursement. The second disbursement is 30% of that net is going to reduce the New Hampshire retirement system debt. We currently have a debt of I believe it's around $6 billion that the state owes to the retirement system. The idea is we would help hasten that pay down. By hastening that pay down, this will directly affect towns once it's paid off. So the faster we can get it paid off, the faster all of our towns and our communities will be benefited, because our rate that we charge the towns is increased because we have to pay the debt off. So once we pay the debt off, that percentage we need to collect from the towns will be less, and to every single state employee, the number will be less. So the percentage that's charged as to the retirement system for them for their retirement would go down, which means that every single state employee would basically see a pay raise once this debt's paid off. So the faster we can do it, the better it is for everybody. We pay less interest on the funds, so that's why that line was added in there.
Question. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Schomburg?
Representative Schamberg.
Representative Lang, when you mentioned the state employees, is that a negotiated retirement percentage they have to pay in?
So it's not negotiated. It's part of the retirement systems when they do their fiscal audit, and maybe somebody from fiscal could answer this question better than me, or ED&A. I ran this language by the chairman of ED&A, and they said with this one piece of language, we got every committee vote from over in ED&A because they loved the language. The next one is 10% or $25 million, whichever is less, to be credited to the Department of Health and Human Services for drug and alcohol services for use for evidence-based voluntary programs for substance abuse. So again, the idea is that as the program ramps up, in theory, there are more and more citizens using it. In theory, DHHS needs more and more money to deal with more and more citizens. So we did a 10% number rather than a hard number, especially with a hard number of $25 million, because we don't even think the program's going to make that in the first year. So it automatically we'd bankrupt the money, so the agency. So by using a percentage and it allows as it grows to go in there. I apologize, I think I said I was going to do this on Friday, but I'll do it before I leave. I do have an email from DHHS about all their other cessation programs. Remember, as part of the opioid crisis and the settlement, there's some money that's going to go into the cessation program. There's a significant amount of money that goes into the drug and alcohol cessation programs from liquor money as well. I did have the disbursement. I asked DHHS to give me on all your alcohol and drug cessation programs. What are your source of revenues? What is the expenditures you've made? How many citizens have you helped? And I'll distribute that out to all the committee members so you have it. After that, we put 5% remaining to disbursement of public safety agencies, including police, fire, and rescue agents, for the hiring and training of additional drug recognition experts. So again, this is money that would go to law enforcement and first responders to help with any implications that result out of this. And I use the example of this as when I was a police officer, I was a DRE, I was a drug recognition expert. And it made it so that if I stopped somebody, which I have for driving when I thought they were drunk, and it turned out they were actually, it wasn't alcohol, it was a drug related stop and impairment. It gives cops tools to be able to better articulate in their police reports, to be able to get convictions better, so they understand exactly what they're looking for and how to articulate what they found better, to allow us to be able to get convictions on these things. So again, there's language in there to give law enforcement and first responders the training they need to be able to deal with our drugged and drunk driving issues better. The last one maybe Representative Abbas can answer why this is here, but it's in here. It was asked, and I agreed with it. This 5% remaining will be dispersed to the Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Behavioral Health, Bureau of Child Behavioral Health, to be used for children's behavioral health services. So again, there are implications, and I'm guessing this goes back to the 10% we were just talking about, the substance abuse issues. There are related issues with families that have issues, and this would be able to help those families and the children of those families. So that's the money disbursement. So now we can have that conversation.
Okay, we have two members from the Finance Committee sitting with us today. Do you have any questions?
Yes, the current liability is 4.99 billion, and which was, you know, I mean, it's been up to 5.4 when we changed it in 2011. When we've been reducing it, but the people that are currently on retirement and those that shortly, because our workforce is obviously aging out, and that's going to come due here very quickly. So it's important that we get that under control. I think that's about it. Yeah, that's.
Representative Hatch, you have any comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Though the mannerism in what some of these items are being funded is not without precedence. For example, the alcohol fund, when it was established, there was to be a certain percentage, I think it was 5, maybe less, of alcohol, state liquor store revenues to be dedicated to alcohol and drug abuse mitigation, though we went many decades without sending them any money. That was the methodology used for funding that type of activity. My only concern is, and it may or may not be unfounded, is I'm looking at the specific amounts and how much is there. For example, the 25 million, that caught my eye, without any knowledge of what's planned, what's being done, and I guess Representative Lang asked HHS for what's currently in place. And I think, and I know we're short of time and the dynamics of this, it could change in the Senate. I'm just not comfortable with the amounts without a little more information, and whether there's time or not to have that, hard to say. Have asked HHS for some information. John has given us some, but to date, his only response, or HHS' only response, is they point out that they really didn't request the funds. They're aware that they are in the bill, but they have no input onto what's appropriate, how much is needed, and what should be done. And I'm just, we're earmarking a considerable amount and a considerable percentage, and I'm just not sure. That may be very perfect, but that's not how we normally do things, and I'm just not sure that's a good idea. That's all.
Thank you, Representative Hatch. Any further questions? Representative Almy.
Yes, thank you. You're talking, I believe, about the 10% for quite a long time to come. That's going to be $3 million a year. But it does seem there is a program already in HHS, in the Bureau of Drug and Alcohol Services, if that's what it's called this year. And that is supposed to be providing this kind of help for addiction. And it seems to me that it probably, if Mr. Holt knows what the name of that program is, it probably should be just put in there to add to the little bit of money that we feed into addiction work from various sources. We've done it a few times with gambling bills. I think that's about it. On page 9, I believe that Representative Hatch was talking about the 10% or $25 million, whichever is less, credited to the Department of Health and Human Services. That's line 12.
Representative Ames.
Actually, we had my neighbor here to my right.
Oh, Representative Petrie.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that Representative Lang pointed out was the SWEP tax. If you remember earlier in the year, we voted on to reduce the SWEP tax by $100 million, which goes directly against property taxes, which is a big problem in the state. So this is going to parallel that effort. That's only for that $100 million. That is only for this year, and that's going to be paid for anyone who wants to know is with part of adequacy in the fall to the schools.
Any further? Representative Lang.
So again, to that point on what Representative Petrie was just talking about, again, this was, the $100 million was a one-time expenditure. And so the goal here is to if we're going to do something for the purpose of the citizens, let's provide a permanent path of relief for them as well. So this creates a funding source that'll annually, while it may be variable, and with all good luck, it's going to go up year over year, that'll allow for a slow reduction of the required property tax to be collected by our citizens under this swept line on your property tax bill. So it gives a funding source, whereas the other funding source was just because we collected too much revenue.
Representative Ames.
Well, the first thing I want to say is I think it's foolhardy to have a list like this in a piece of general legislation where we're allocating by percentage potentially substantial amounts of money to what at this moment in time are favored by the majority of a committee or of the House or of the House and Senate. This is what we have a budget process for. This is the budget process is designed to sort out needs against revenues, and here we're trying to lasso to capture what could be $30 million or it could be $100 million, and steer it into several different categories. Maybe 5 or 6. I don't have the count here. So that's my first point. I just think it's foolhardy, and I wouldn't do it. I would say that the bill that came to us had one favored category up front, and that was a category that directly related to what this bill was concerned with addressing, which was cannabis and the use of cannabis, and maybe more generally the use of drugs that can be addictive. And for that, the bill that came to us has a $25 million upfront allocation, and it's only after that there are allocations to other needs. That priority makes sense to me. That's the kind of thing that should be in a bill like this. That's the way the alcohol fund was done up front. There was an allocation, a draw from the source of the alcohol fund for a specific need that related to alcohol. So $25 million or less or more, that makes sense to me, but the rest of it does not. I would put the rest of it myself into the general fund or the education trust fund. Take your pick. That's the way I would do it. With regard to the swept, I would simply point out that when you allocate money, when you send money out, in effect, to replace, I guess that's how you do it, to replace funds that are currently derived from the SWEPT. You're sending it out in a way that will be inversely proportional, almost directly, to the property wealth of each town. The wealthiest town will get the biggest dollar amount, which will then be applied to their school budget, which means that that town will be benefiting substantially more than the poorest town, whether it's I see my friend over there, Charlestown, which is either 1 or 2 at the bottom, or Claremont next door to Charlestown. And on the other end of it, we'll have Portsmouth or Rye or Moultonborough. I hate to pick out towns, but where the differences are extraordinary. And so you'd be sending much more dollars, much more in the way of dollars, in effect back through the budgeting process at the local level, the school funding process. And it doesn't make sense to me, frankly. I can understand cutting the swept rate at a general level. That's something we could discuss, but in effect, allocate state money and send it out. Oh, I get excited, I guess. That doesn't make sense to me. So those are 3 different points, and those are my feelings that, as drafted, I don't see how I could support this.
Representative Lang.
Thank you. So, representatives, thank you for your comments. I actually thought long and hard over this over the weekend, that conversation. I guess the way I looked at it was the bottom line is your swept tax rate is based on the amount of money that needs to be raised by the state. So if it's $363 million, it's $363 million divided by the total evaluation of the state gives you the per thousand cost that we're going to have to raise for taxation. Now, if you own, if the savings by this is a penny per thousand, and you own $100,000 house, you're going to save $100 on your, $100 on your tax bill. If you own a $300,000 house, yes, you're going to get 3 times the savings. Your tax is going to be lower, but it's the same percentage of per thousand cost. And that's how the swept property tax works. So this fairly, while I understand he's conflating towns with taxpayers, and I'm talking about taxpayers, right? Every taxpayer will see a reduction on this model. So the amount of taxes collected by the town will be different, right? So again, if this creates a reduction of a penny in the tax rate, then every citizen will see a penny reduction in that tax rate. It doesn't matter whether you're from a rich town or a poor town, the individual taxpayer is going to see a reduction. And again, if I was looking at this as going forward, and we know from every one of us when we go to a public setting, then probably the number one thing we hear about is taxes. How are you lowering my property taxes? What are you doing to lowering my property tax? So here's an opportunity for us to do a permanent solution for lowering property taxes by creating a revenue stream that will lower the amount of money that the state has to collect from every single property owner in the state. So that's the reason I did it. I don't understand. I don't want to confuse taxpayer and towns. We're talking about taxpayers, right? This individual citizen, not the governmental organization, right? Every individual citizen who owns property in the state of New Hampshire will see their rate for the SWEPT go down because we're providing a direct funding source to reduce the amount of money we're obligated to collect by statute.
Representative Ames, then I'm going to let next go to
I'll just be
Representative
brief, but for the taxpayer has 2 lines on his or her bill. One is the local school tax, and the other is the SWEPT tax. The school district that the town is part of develops its budget and then applies it and gets revenue for it by looking to both of those sources, as well as state aid, of course. which may come from other state funds. And if the swept source goes down, then the school tax rate is likely to go up. In my town of Jaffrey, the swept rate is going down. The local school rate is more than going up. It is more than countering that. So for many towns that are poor, property poor, like Jaffrey, that's what's happening. It is the taxpayer. We should pay attention to the taxpayer, but it's playing out in a different way, and it's largely because of differential property wealth.
Representative Aaron, then Representative Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll just be brief. With regard to some of the comments from Representative Ames, as we sort of divvy up the pot of money here, 50%, 30%, and in trying to consider maybe to give a little bit more flexibility with how those funds are divvied up, maybe we can insert, say, up to 50% of remaining funds or up to 30% of remaining funds could be dispersed. So that gives a little bit of flexibility of where monies might be targeted in any given year where money's being dispersed. Because, yeah, maybe we don't want to have a concrete 50% goes here. Well, maybe that year you only want to put 40%. So if we add the term up to for each, I'm just putting that out there to be, as a consideration.
Representative Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In respect to the issue of property taxes, and I'll ask this Representative Ames if you can explain, how would we ever reduce property taxes? Anytime you reduce the property tax rate, it's done on a percentage based on the value of the assessed house. So anytime you would reduce it, I guess the rationale you're providing, I'm hearing is there's really no way to reduce property taxes because it would be people would disproportionately benefit from that. But so I guess I'm trying to figure out how we reduce taxes for the people who need it, because people keep saying rich communities, wealthy communities. Salem, where that's the district I represent, Rockingham District 8. There's some $1 million homes in Salem, and there's homes that are for sale for $300,000. There's a very large range. We can't pick and choose which houses or which property values we want to give a break to and which ones we can't. That in and of itself would have a discriminatory impact. So how do we get around that? How do we solve the property tax issue in the state if we feel it's...
You want me to respond, Representative? Just very briefly, it'll just take a moment. I think that the property tax is what is levied to pay for certain services. And in the case of SWEPT, it's levied to help pay for education. And it therefore is a function of the determination by those who are authorized to levy taxes, to establish the budget that the taxes will be based on. The property tax is a function of that. It's a function of, and it's also a function of what general state aid comes to the, in this case we're talking about schools, it comes to the school district. And so if there's more state aid from other sources, then the property tax can go down, assuming the budget has been set by the school committee. So yeah, the property tax can go up or down, and if we want to provide more school aid to fiscally strapped towns, we can do that. That's been done a lot in the past, and that has produced property tax decreases in some cases, not all, because sometimes the school needs, as assessed by the local school committee, still are going up. So, it's a function of determining how much we want to spend on a particular service more than anything else. And then the values of individual homes play into how much is going to be paid by each particular taxpayer. I don't know whether that answers your question. It's a little bit rambling, I'm sorry.
Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Ames has prompted me in space of just a few minutes to think hard on this, and it puts a spin on something I felt on a gut level when I read the amendment, and that is that we had made such a radical swing in the formula of HB 1598, the way it was passed by the House, to the way the amendment is. I was trying to sort of, how did we go from 25 million up front to drug issues and 90% of the rest to education, flipping over to this. That radical shift was unsettling because it sort of highlights that fundamentally it's an arbitrary allocation. I mean, we all have to agree to it and send it back to the House floor to get the House's concurrence. But Representative Ames has focused us on a parallel question. We've been saying, as we discuss this, we're not the policy committee, we're the revenue committee. Well, by the same token, we're not the spending committee. And he's suggesting that the spending decisions be left for future biennial consideration in the course of the budget. And I hadn't thought of that. I think it's an extremely powerful point. Frankly, if I was an appropriator, I would rather see comparable funds going back to restoring, at least in part, fiscal capacity disparity aid. And I was a co-sponsor of HB 608 last year that didn't get out of the Education Committee and would have done that. So these, that might just be my personal preference, but that's a discussion that probably deserves to be in the Finance Committee.
And just so we do have two members of the Finance Committee, and Representative Hatch wanted to lay in on this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I was trying not to be quite as blunt, but I'd like to thank Representative Ames for his thoughts because they coincide with mine. In finance, we appropriate, and we do that after thoughtful discussion and research of what's being asked. And what's being asked is often for specific items. Now, I did mention that something like this is not unprecedented. The alcohol fund initially was funded like that. But just to give an example of my thoughts, our legislative aide, our Mr. Hoffman, he's one of the ones that assists us in Division 1 and gains information for us. And here's the question I asked him last week, or even before that when I saw this bill. Do you know of any other circumstance where funding of this magnitude was arbitrary without end user having input? And that's important because how we determine what funds are needed for where in this state, it's all of our monies, is the end users, meaning the department that are tasked with the responsibility of whatever we dictate they need to do, comes to us, they have a budget, they speak to that budget, the reason for that budget, and then we go from there, and then we decide what should or shouldn't be done. Now, I think it also should be noted that I stated that we had the alcohol fund that was not funded for a couple decades. Not one penny of state liquor store revenues went into the alcohol fund. There was other methodologies where that was funded. So what happens in reality, we can have all this stuff planned and put in for future budgets to consider, but what can happen and what does happen is, I heard somebody mention it earlier, notwithstanding. And so in reality, what happens in finance, and it's just true, that, for an example, when the alcohol fund came up, there was not the money there to fund it completely. So we simply state, notwithstanding whatever RSA dictates that must be done, it's suspended, or whatever terminology is appropriate, or cut. So I don't think I didn't like any part of this because it's contrary to how this state funds its different responsibilities. But again, some things in there that was mentioned, for an example, using it for HHS to address addiction problems is certainly appropriated because there's a concise nexus between what's the activity and the results and what it may produce in needs. So I really can't support this as it is, and that's most of the reasons why. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Hatch. Representative Bromley.
Representative Hatch, thank you for that. So what you're saying is, it really doesn't matter what we put in here, because come next budget cycle, HB2 comes into play. And some of this may survive and some of this may not survive.
I was just giving you it matters, I believe.
Right.
Everything matters, but I was just giving you a historical summary of what does happen, what can happen, and undoubtedly at some point will happen. It's not without merit to have it there. It doesn't
Right.
mean it won't happen.
I guess it was the will of the original bill.
Yeah.
It's good to start with that.
Yeah, if you think that that's correct.
Representative Abbas.
I can explain the rationale behind the property tax relief. Other than the obvious, that's one of the complaints I hear the most from constituents. The thought process was if the state's going to engage in a retail enterprise and make which I hope, a significant amount of revenue, that was one way of giving the revenue back to the people. And that was the exact rationale I had. And if future legislators want to change that, they can do that, whether it's through HB2 or separate legislation. I know I wouldn't support to remove the property tax reduction, and I would argue heavily against that. Just me.
Any further? Representative Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I go back, I'm still struggling with the concept that if we reduce the SWEP tax, other taxes go up. Because if you understand the way the SWEP tax is done and what it's used for, when this town collects as a SWEP tax, which I think in my first term on Ways and Means, few years ago, I found out, I always thought I paid that and the town sent a check to the state. It's statewide property tax, the state gets a check. I write a check to the town takes the state portion and sends it to the state. That's not what happens. Actually, state never sees that money. That money is used as an offset to state aid. So when the state looks at education, they go, hey, this town deserves X dollars in state aid for based on the kids and everything else that it has in the school district. The state nets that against the SWEP tax that the town collected. So if you're due 110 million, you only collected 100 million, you get a check for $10 million from the state. You keep the 100 million you already collected. That's how it's done, right? So even if there's a reduction in what we collect from the citizens, the state still makes that up on the other side. In this case, we're making it up through the way of this tax on marijuana, this 50% of revenue going to marijuana. That's how the SWEP tax works, is that it's the net difference between what the town collects and what the state owes you for education adequacy, and you get the difference. Now, the interesting part was if you collect too much, you get to keep that. The state makes that up we give the money to the towns that are short. So again, if you're a property-rich town, even if we reduce this, you're going to get less money. However, you weren't due that money anyway because you over-collected the SWEP tax from what your adequacy aid or state aid was. So again, I only see this as helping every taxpayer, every single taxpayer in the state. We'll see on their specific line. The only line we control in here where we directly tax citizens, and that's the line we can manage. Everything else is based on local control and local taxes. So I support this. As Representative, I think it was Nunes just said, if we're going to make a profit, we should, and we're going to enter a retail agency, we should directly give the citizens the profits back as in a percentage. And I think that's what this does. And I strongly support keeping this language. Again, we're entering into a new revenue stream. I do notice that, and I don't think I mentioned it in section 2, where we give that 30% to the New Hampshire retirement system. Once that debt's off, all of that money goes to just the generic education trust fund once that debt's paid off. So we are ultimately going to give money just to generic education costs that will allow for increases. But first, let's pay down our debts before we give money to something else.
Further comments? Then I think we're gonna take a break for lunch and come back at 1:30.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Was that the last thing he was gonna go through? I think it was. Representative Lang. Tim.
Could we put all the Democrats next to
1598. And Representative Lang has some new information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So I got the first draft of an amendment back, but obviously we made some minor changes today, which I'll have to submit for another amendment, which I'm hoping I can get because it's all just like adding the word all and adding for potency under the testing and some minor word changes. So I'm hoping we can stick around, get that amendment back and vote today. But that being said, I need to tell you what the language says for the other things. So when we're talking about dealing with the edibles, what the OLS did was they changed the definition of cannabis products, which is what the liquor commission's allowed to sell as cannabis products. And cannabis products are defined now as means concentrated cannabis products and cannabis products that are comprised of cannabis and other ingredients and are intended for personal use, such as but not limited to creams, ointments, and tinctures. For the purpose of this paragraph, cannabis products shall not include cannabis-infused food or drink products, including but not limited to cannabis-infused edibles such as candies, gummies, brownies, cookies, or cannabis-infused alcoholic or non-alcoholic beverages of any kind. So that's the new definition. Basically, it says they can sell everything cannabis but food and drinks. So, so is everybody kind of okay with that language? If I'm going to send it back in for an amendment, I want to make sure I'm not, because I got those couple word languages.
Could you read it one more time?
Sure. Cannabis products means concentrated cannabis products and cannabis products that are comprised of cannabis and other ingredients and are intended for personal use, such as, but not limited to, creams, tinctures, and ointments. For the purpose of this paragraph, cannabis products shall not include cannabis-infused food or drink products, including but not limited to cannabis-infused edibles such as candies, gummies, brownies, or cookies, or cannabis-infused alcoholic or non-alcoholic drinks or beverages of any kind.
Representative Ames.
Thank you. I think that's a good definition. However, the Liquor Commission is on page 10, line 11, has the duty to buy and have in its possession cannabis for sale in the manner provided in this title. So how cannabis products plays into this equation remains to be answered, and I don't, maybe you've got the connection figured out, but I don't right now as I sit here.
So you're looking at section 3A? Yes. It shall,
That's correct.
Shall be the duty of the commission to buy and have in its possession cannabis for sale.
That's
I can just,
that's
again,
basically the authorizing.
I can just add the word products after that and just say cannabis products, because we just defined it.
Yeah.
Again, that's why I'm asking, because if there's a change there, we need to.
With the exception, you'd have to say duty to have cannabis products for sale, except as allowed for therapeutic. You know, the exception that you have
Right.
elsewhere in there for the those that have a card.
Okay. So that was page 9, line. So that was page 11, Representative?
Page
10. Sorry, I lost
10.
my place. Page 10.
Yeah. Sounds, Dick, cannabis becomes cannabis products.
I don't know.
I'll just give it to the.
You have to come through the whole thing and make sure you're not narrowing it where you don't want to.
Representative Romney has a question for you.
Good, I'm listening.
So we're still gonna allow medical, therapeutic people with their cards in to buy, or do we take that out?
The way I would understand it is that the authorization of the commission, liquor commission, would be to sell cannabis products, and also to have an exception built right in there that allows them to sell to the customers of the alternative treatment centers who have cards.
Right, so
You've got to build in the exception somewhere if you're going to have
Yeah,
a limitation.
well, at one point, we thought about maybe taking that out, but I guess we didn't, it sounds like. But in that case, they can have the edibles, they can have the jelly beans and all that, and the cookies. It's,
We could take it out.
about,
Let him finish typing. Yep.
So what I put was, in that authorization section, we have to make sure we're allowing them to sell cannabis. In other words, cannabis products allowed by the statute, as well as the therapeutic cannabis products allowed by 126X for persons with cards.
That's fine, Representative Ames. Does that answer your question?
yeah, well, then it just puts the ATCs in direct competition with these state stores, that's all, when it comes to those products.
So the interesting part about those products, especially, if I may, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
is especially on the edible side, or the gummies that would be allowed in the state liquor store are severely under their grade. I won't say grade, but their potency is significantly less than what you can get in a ATC. So it's to give basically short-term relief, but not if you want your regular high, your regular grade, whatever it does for you, you're going to need to go to a medical store to get it. Otherwise, the stuff you buy from the state store is going to be pretty watered down.
But I think, Mr. Chair, I think the way it works is, the problem is regulating how much concentration there is in each brownie or cookie or whatever, is you eat 2 cookies instead of 1. That we struggle with that in the commission. How do you regulate how much THC, and that's what happens. People will just eat more to get to a higher level. But that's a policy thing. I'm just throwing that out.
And that's the same thing as smoking too. Joints.
So Mr. Chair, moving on, the other change was around the therapeutic centers being able to license, and they changed that to be, give me 1 second. Let me find it again. Page 6, I think it was. There we go. All right, the new language reads, an alternative treatment center.
Where are you?
Well, it's not on, this is the bill, this is the first amendment I got from this morning when I sent it to him, so I'm gonna send it back with
Okay,
the,
but where is it inserted?
it's roughly, we're on, I think on the old.
It's page 7, I think.
Yeah.
Line
So,
3.
but this language is gonna be different. It's gonna read,
Yeah.
an alternative, this is that section 6 we thought about deleting if we didn't wanna give the alternative centers the chance to manufacture and cultivate. The new language reads, an alternative treatment center registered to operate pursuant to RSA 126X may file an application to obtain a separate registration to operate a cannabis cultivation facility and cannabis product manufacturing facility, a cannabis transporter pursuant to this chapter. Such applicant shall comply with the same application process set forth in this section and shall be subject to the provisions of this chapter. If approved, the applicant may operate as an alternative treatment center pursuant to RSA 126X and as a cannabis cultivation facility, cannabis product manufacturing facility, a cannabis transporter pursuant to this chapter as a separate entity in a separate physical location. So again, this would allow them to, although I'm not even sure we need the separate entity anymore, but this would allow them under their not-for-profit license to be able to sell to the state if they obtained a license to do so. Oh, is that the same language?
Yeah.
He told me he changed it. Sorry. I still think, just as a personal note, if you read that section, if we took out the separate entities piece, they could run under their not-for-profit license, and what would require them to do is any money they made from selling to the state pursuant to the 126 chapter, they would have to roll back in for the benefit of their patients. If we just wanted to remove the separate entity language. It would allow them to use their current process or their current facilities and operate under their current not-for-profit license, but sell it to the state, and any monies that were made in that transaction would have to be rolled back into, under the 126 section, to their patients. For the benefit of their patients is actually what it says in 126. So,
Representative Doucette.
Do you intend to have OLS draw that up that way?
well, I'm asking the committee, if we're inclined to do that, I could strike the separate entities and separate physical locations and just say they can operate under their not-for-profit license, and they can obtain a license to cultivate and manufacture for the state. And that would, any revenues they have pursuant to the current 126X language says that it would have to go for the benefit of the patients, their patients.
Why don't we take a straw poll? So, for ones that want to leave it the way it is, raise your hands.
You want to leave it the way it is with the separate entity, separate physical location?
Oh, that solves it. That
So,
answers the question.
does that mean everybody else is in favor of striking that and let them run under their current not-for-profit license and to use any monies they make to the benefit of their patients?
If you are, raise your hand.
I'm not sure what that means.
Can't ask questions, so.
Okay, it's the majority.
Oh.
Raise the hand.
So I'll-
Mr. Chair, I have a question though, as a follow-up to that. So I thought we heard testimony at the beginning of hearing this bill that the ATCs were concerned if they couldn't compete with this market, that they would lose some of their, customers or patients to the state-run stores. So they were looking for a way to have that competition, and one of the ideas was to allow them to participate in this state-run market. So if we're saying the only way you can participate is to be a nonprofit and to roll your revenues back into your business model as a nonprofit, it's not going to be putting them on the same competitive standing point as a for-profit business. So I think we're running into the original concern that it would be unequal and unfair for two different types of entities to be participating in the market. One would have the ability to make a profit, and the other would not. Am I wrong? Is that what other people heard during testimony, or?
So, if I may, Mr. Chair, just to answer her question.
Yes.
So again, it depends on what you think the purpose of an ATC is, right? If the purpose of the ATC is to serve their patients, then what this would do is give them a revenue stream where they would get they'd be able to sell to the state for more than it costs them to grow it, and then roll that money back in for the benefit of their patients, which is what's required under 126X. So it doesn't give them a profit. No one's going to write a check to them, and they're going to get profits and dividends out of this, but they're going to be able to make additional revenue to help set their true medical purpose, which is to help their patients.
Okay. Representative Almy.
Thank you. The trouble with that is that 126X still exists in its entirety. And as a nonprofit, they cannot get the bank loans to get the capital to expand. That was what they were saying. So they would not be able to take advantage of this. And also, if they're allowed to do this here and not allowed to do this in 126X, we will have the latest
notwithstanding
passed legislation carries, but it's going to be very confusing.
Representative Brown.
Yeah, I just want to say, I agree with Representative Army. It's really, the reason they want this is really to raise capital for profit. It's a lot easier than for raise capital. They can sell shares, they can do all those kind of things depending on how they structure themselves as for profit. That's my recollection of the debates. Well, we had that in the Marijuana Commission as well, those discussions. It was all about raising capital. And if they stay the way they are, they won't be able to. So if we wanted to double or triple their capacity to grow, and they want to do it under those kind of, not tents, but those outside under those, whatever they are, the plastic things, or even if they want to buy more space, the greenhouse, thank you. Even if they wanted to buy more space to put lights in, buy the lights and all that, they need to raise money. And not-for-profit, yeah, you can put some money back into your thing, but I think it's really about raising money is what they want.
Mr. Chair, I guess it'd be the first time I've ever heard a not-for-profit in this state can't get a loan. Because knowing,
I apologize, I meant what he said.
Right, raising capital through
right, through
shares, some
shares and those
shares.
kind of things, but
Oh,
they
okay.
can get loans if they want to expand their facility. They could use the banking provisions we've put in here, plus otherwise, and the current banking model that they have, be able to get loans to be able to expand facilities and expand production. They can't get it as a, an IPO, so to speak, but they could get it through normal banking loan procedures. Again, this is, in theory, this is about to the benefit of their patient. That's their mission, is to the benefit of their patients in the first line of 126X, about them being a not-for-profit for the benefit of their patients.
Again, Mr. Chair, Tim, I was just parroting what I thought I heard, that the ATCs, the reason they wanted the ATCs, can you shake your head up and down, or, thank you?
So I'm not sure where we're at, Mr. Speaker.
Now
Are we?
it's getting more confusing.
Yeah, so again, my inclination was, I don't care which way we go, whether we make it a for-profit or not-for-profit. The language that if we were to strike a separate entity and a separate location, would allow them to use their existing facilities, and it would do a notwithstanding language on 126X, and say that they can also parallel this and use it to raise their revenue to be used for the benefit of their patients.
Well, is this one that,
So that way, if they did that, they could do both and keep the facilities separate.
Well, if we struck the entity in separate facilities, then they could currently use their current facilities and assign a portion of that crop, so to speak, to the state sale and a portion to the medical sale if they had extra, so to speak, again. Or they would have to open another greenhouse and then go get a loan and say, hey, look, we're going to sell to the state. We have a license to the state. We need to build more cultivation facilities, so we want a loan, and we're going to pay for it by the revenues from the state, which is be a normal business operating expense, which they're entitled to deduct out of their revenues. So they could still have access to capital via a loan process, as well as the access to the revenue to be able to pay for that and to create still profit for their patients.
Representative Nunes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that the members from the ATCs that were here did say, allude to the fact of ramping up to provide more stock, correct? So I don't know if they would be able to have the quantity needed for the state in their current operation, because I believe their current operations are limited to what their patient need is right now.
I lost my amendment.
If you want to come and say.
Just like to add one thing. It is incredibly hard for cannabis businesses to get any kind of loan to fund anything. Very difficult. Don't assume that it's like any other business, because it isn't. If cannabis businesses are able to get loans, it is at very high interest rates and very unfavorable terms, putting such entities at a massive competitive disadvantage against large for-profit cultivators that would come in. Thank you.
Who's our super businessman here?
no, can I just,
If you were a businessman and you had to deal with this issue, what we have here, which way would you go?
no, can I just interject one thing? Can I just, unless somebody else wants to. So, to do Plan B, or Plan C, I mean, we said the first thing, no. The second one, do what Tim said to do, I think is a starting point. But I don't think, if we wanted to do true, having them be for-profits, I don't think we have time to do that between now and, I think it's more complicated, and that would be something that we could introduce in the Senate. That's just my thought on it. I don't know, Tim, do you have a sense that the drafter could come up with something that's?
Well, what I changed in here was I put, in the first sentence, I put notwithstanding the provisions of RSA 126X, meaning that if they prohibit it, we allow it, overrides their prohibit. So I put notwithstanding RSA 126X, an alternative treatment center registered to operate pursuant to 126X may file an application to obtain a separate registration to operate as a for-profit cannabis cultivation facility, cannabis product manufacturing facility, or cannabis blah, blah, blah. So it says,
What's wrong with that?
I'm okay with that if everyone else is.
Does anybody have any objection to that?
Okay.
How about you?
Is that making it for profit?
What's that?
Is that making? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Was that language going to make the ATCs for profit?
It would mean they would have to file a separate for-profit entity. We've heard that not-for-profits can own for-profit entities, so they'd file a for-profit entity underneath the not-for-profit, and they'd be able to raise funds and capital through that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may follow up, does anyone know, and free to provide any input, do any of the current ATC cultivation facilities on the existing property have the ability to increase production? Thank you.
Let's take a straw poll. Are we, those are in favor of this? Which is the majority? Let's go on to another section.
So, I believe, let me just make sure. I believe that was the last major change we did. Pull up my email, make sure I didn't include anything else.
This morning, we got up to page 10 of the amendment report.
And, Mr. Chair, if I recall, I have nothing after 10, because now we're starting to get into, well, 10, I didn't have anything on. I don't believe, let me look through real quick.
What's that, Representative Almy? Page 14.
Right, so I'm sorry, but I would just, I didn't, when we get to page 11, we're really starting to talk about the legalization aspect, but I didn't touch any of that language.
Right.
The last section is on page 14, where I did change the amount of appropriation to $4.6 million from $14 million.
And that's the only change on 14.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Representative Tucker.
Yes, Representative Lang, did you make any changes in your thinking, not necessarily with OLS yet, in changing the allocations so specifically? I think that dialogue or discussion, now that we've all had lunch and a little break, might be worth continuing.
I'll be honest with you, I thought about what we talked about, and I'm not inclined to, my position is I wouldn't want to change those allocations. We've done allocations like that before. While it's not common, it's also not unique either. I think back to my sports betting bill, 480 last term. We specifically identified all the revenue to go to the education, all of it. We didn't put it in a general trust fund, which we could have done because it's not a lottery. It's not a lottery. Powerball, megabucks, those kind of things, which are obligated by our Constitution. However, we just put lottery as the regulatory agency. So we could have easily left that as general fund money, but we chose to put that directly to education. So again, it's not an uncommon thing that we do, that we put revenue to specific things. I think if we're going to, again, this is my opinion, and I think if we're going to open this up and we're going to create a revenue stream new to the state to give the citizens what they want, remember we're doing this because 78% of our citizens want legalization, right? So that's the reason we're doing it. Then I want to return the profit back to the citizens. If the state's going to take this onus on, then whatever we have extra, we should be giving back to our citizens as a profit share, for lack of a better phrase.
So can I do a follow-up,
Sure.
Mr. Chairman? So I'm quite persuaded that the reason this bill of is interest to me is one that the Criminal Justice Committee talks about, which is that marginalized peoples, vulnerable peoples, special populations get more criminal records than they should because of the consuming or selling of marijuana. That seems to be the umbrella. So it confuses me a little bit now that you're talking about it's for the revenues for the populace who want lower property taxes or whatever. I feel a lot more comfortable with discussing the sale of cannabis by the state if it's to solve a problem of us leaving people with the wrong kind of record as they go out into the world looking for work or education or to become a lawyer, you know, where they look to see whether you have a felony charge on your background. So I see it, I guess, a little in conflict to start allocating the revenues to so many different areas when my belief is that I believe criminal justice, that is why the bill is here. So I see those two things not exactly conflict, but not fitting together well.
I understand your point. Again, I look at it as the citizens are taking the risk, for lack of a better phrase, right? We still don't know what this is going to look like. And for lack of a better phrase, I don't want this to go someplace that if we're going to do it, let's give tax relief, right? If we're going to create new revenue, a new revenue stream for the state, let's give tax relief rather than just spend it on some other program, right? That's my general opinion. We should be, if we're doing this for the 78% of the citizens, and let's give the citizens back some money. I don't know how else to say it. I know we disagree, and we're just going to disagree. I don't know. I didn't want it to be just, it gets thrown into the general fund, and then somebody's pet project gets picked up and says, we got $30 million extra revenue here, what are we going to spend it on? And it doesn't go to anything we want. It doesn't go to any cessation programs. It just ends up over in the general pool, and the money gets spent on some ad program for the Department of Transportation to, for the highway safety something, right? And then it didn't help anybody, right? It's just more money, more spending of the state. So I was trying to make sure that if we're going to do something for our citizens, they're going to see a direct benefit right from day one out of this program, that every citizen in the state of New Hampshire can do it. So I'll be honest with you, if Representative Abbas and I had this conversation, I'd add a policy issue in here that says that everything that's made legal by this process results in automatic annulment of all prior convictions. Right? That's a reasonable thing to do. If we're going to make it legal now, then why someone who got convicted 2 years ago still have it on their record? They should be able to get it off. But that's a major policy change, so I can't add that in here as much as I'd like to.
Okay, Representative Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to touch on that, I understand when there was annulment legislation in the past involving the annulment of convictions related to cannabis, that was a strong point of contention. The idea was to address that in future legislation and not let this get held up on that policy provision. I agree with you.
I'm not talking about annulment. I'm talking about the overall purpose of the bill is to make sure that in the future, our youth particularly will not be handicapped by having criminal record which they don't deserve.
But even if you had a conviction, even if it's no longer a crime, you still would have to petition to the court for the annulment. And the qualifications to get that annulment, we didn't include that in this legislation for that reason, that we didn't want it to get held up on that provision, which we thought could be better served on a standalone. That was at least what we discussed in criminal justice.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to find out where we stand on this amendment. Go ahead, Representative Alamy.
The language on page 14, the appropriation. The way I'm reading this, the sum of 4.6 million is for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023 is appropriated. Does that mean, as I think it means, that it goes back to the general fund if they haven't spent all of it yet? And are they going to be able in 1 year and maybe 1 month, 1 year probably, build and open and get enough money from the first 3 stores to be able to pay it back and have money to continue.
I'm going away, 'cause this is for you next. Sorry, I gotta grab Representative Hatch. So, again, the money is allocated, so for next year, they can begin to do their stores. The reality is that we'll be in the middle of a budget cycle right after that, right? And so we're gonna give them money for basically for the first 6 months, but start January, we're in a budget cycle to pass HB 1 and 2 all over again, and what happens. And so the idea was to give them their first 3 stores off the ground out of this year's. In theory, there is no appropriation for next year because it becomes a revolving fund at that point. So it's a matter of giving them the money they need for the first 6 months to open the first 3 stores.
So this money automatically, there's no lapsing language.
Correct.
Or non-lapsing language.
Correct.
Would it go into the revolving fund?
It would be assigned to the Cannabis Control
I was
Fund.
looking at Representative Hatch, who
Not
knows.
automatically. Wait, let me start with the question again, I'm not sure.
Yeah, if 4.6 million is appropriated for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023.
And it's not expended, it would lapse.
It
So,
wouldn't,
let me back up.
wouldn't go to a revolving fund that,
No, it would lapse. If it's
Thank you.
appropriated and it's not spent, it
that's
would
what I thought.
lapse.
If I may, Mr. Chair, there is non-lapsing language in here. It's under the Cannabis Control Fund, which where their net operating costs fall out of. So right in the first line of the creation of the Cannabis Control Fund says, there is established state treasury a non-lapsing fund known to be the
Where is
Cannabis
that?
Control Fund. It is on look at page 8, it's 1A. But we do create, and then it goes on to say, so it would not lapse.
It would not lapse.
So the 4.6 would go into the Cannabis Control Fund, then it would not lapse, and they'd be able to use it for the creation of their stores as they need.
Okay,
One more thing, it's on the same basic topic. I don't want to sure everybody understands. If you go to page, Tim, if you go to page 8, line 35 and 36, not later than June 30th, 2027, the commission shall reimburse the general fund from the Cannabis Control Fund for any initial or setup funds appropriated to the commission for the blah, 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 okay? So what we're saying is that we can pay, if we decide to, or if the House decides to, they can pay this off all at one time, or it doesn't necessarily have to be paid back in any schedule. Is that correct?
That's correct. We put a date in so that in the first few years, they can keep more money to be able to open more stores, but then in the later years, they can, basically a balloon payment to pay it off.
Right. I just want to make sure everybody understood that, so, thank you.
appropriation, get them started, but they get the money back.
Correct. They just get startup funds, and then they have to pay back the startup funds.
All right, I want to know, where do we stand on this amendment relative to your changes?
So, based on the amendment you have in front of you, I have 5 changes I'm proposing to that amendment, which.
Can you review them?
Yep, I'll review them real quick. So based on 1152, I think is the amendment, is that right? So from 1152, the changes I have is that Representative Tucker's request, I'm adding the word all in front of it, so it reads all cannabis stores. On page 1, line 16, I'm changing letter D to read all cannabis stores shall be operated by the state of New Hampshire. So I'm adding that one. Under the health and safety rules, I'm changing that line to read.
Where is that?
Hold on, let me find it. This is the one Representative Almy had requested. It's on page 6, right near the top, section 7. And I'm just going to add, it's going to say health and safety rules, including regarding the packaging and preparing of cannabis, comma, presence of contaminants, comma, and the restricting the use of pesticides that may be dangerous to cannabis consumers. So it just requires that they generate rules to deal with the presence of contaminants.
Representative Nunes.
And that,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick, Representative Lang, should that say Cannabis Products? To be consistent with the
Sure.
changes for the rest of the
Yep.
bill?
Thank you. And then on that same page line, I'm not sure what line it is, it's the requirements for testing. I've changed it to read requirements for testing of all cannabis products, including for potency. So requires them to test all the products to make sure we know what the potency is.
What was that, Representative Ames?
Yeah, I added the rules up and above
But
for.
this is saying that testing would include potency and contamination.
I can do that.
Yeah.
It's fine. That's not a showstopper. So that line will now read requirements for testing on all cannabis products for potency and contaminants. Then if we go down to page 10, I believe, around line 18. Let me see if I can find it. What do you have in section 6? No, I'm leaving, I'll get to that one, I'm sorry, it's not on the. So on page 6, I have the provision for the ATCs where I said notwithstanding RSA 126X, an alternative treatment center registered pursuant to RSA 126X may file for an application to obtain a separate registration to operate as a for-profit cannabis cultivation, and the rest of it's all the same. So I just added in the front, I added notwithstanding 126X, and then I said they could be for-profit. Well, I think we left it, I think we said we were going to leave it that way because we realized they can have a for-profit component underneath their not-for-profit organization. I okay with striking that separate physical location if everyone else is.
Representative Tucker?
Yes, I wondered whether we could ask the person who really knows about ATCs to comment on this now that we have this new language. Get his first take on the wording.
Thank you. I'll just be very brief. We've run this by the previous draft by our attorneys. I haven't heard back from them yet. I'm expecting to get on the phone with them later this afternoon. It's above my pay grade, so I still don't really understand whether this is workable or not from our perspective. It might be. I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Okay, thank you.
And then lastly, Mr. Chair, on line, sorry, where am I here? The authorization language, I think it's in 10. Let me find it, on page 10. Commission rulemaking, commission to sell. So, so under on line 11, I believe it is, we're going to change that line. Let me give it 1 second. I got to find it. Page 10. So we're just going to change that line, basically make it clear that we're allowing them to sell cannabis products allowed by the statute, as well as therapeutic cannabis products allowed by the people only with therapeutic cards under RSA 126X. So again, it allows them to, this is that differential. It says under the retail side, you can only sell everything but edibles, but you can have a case of edibles, but they can only be sold to people with a therapeutic card.
Representative Nunes.
And we're changing the medicinal language to therapeutic.
Oh, across the whole bill, yeah.
And
And that's it. That's all of them. That's all the changes we have for this last amendment I'm going to send in.
There was something else that everybody I thought had agreed with, that you'd have to do a search and replace where cannabis should be cannabis products.
Correct.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm kind of going back and forth in my head. I understand why having it read cannabis products, but maybe it should say cannabis and cannabis products, because in the definition section is a definition of cannabis, and then there's a definition of cannabis products. I think including both, I don't think would be a problem. I just am cautious by saying just cannabis products. Are we then losing? You then, I would interpret that to exclude the definition of cannabis.
So say cannabis and cannabis products.
And that's what I put. I just changed it based on that comment.
Be careful, be careful. Cannabis includes edibles.
No, we have that defined.
Mr. Chair, that's we have that defined in the bill that,
Yeah, that was under cannabis
that would
products.
be-
We made the definition. Let me just read the definition of cannabis.
The Roman 2 on page 2 implicitly says that on food, drink, or other product is part of cannabis.
So this is if we have an English teacher in the room. When I read this, this is two sentences. The first one talks about cannabis, and then it says cannabis shall not include in the entire second sentence.
Yeah.
So the way I read this was that under the definition of cannabis, it doesn't include these other things. It doesn't include hemp, doesn't include fiber produced from the stalks, oil, or cake made from the seeds of the plant. It doesn't include sterilized seeds of the plant that are incapable of germination. It doesn't include the weight of any other ingredient combined with cannabis to prepare topical, oral, food, or drink, or other products. So
Yes,
it's weird because the phrase they use is, or the weight of any other ingredient.
Yes,
And
it
when
means brownies and things like that
Right.
would not be included.
In the
weight
definition
of,
of
the
cannabis,
brownies.
which is
And-
okay because we're not selling cannabis.
But it's saying that the cannabis itself is not part of this prohibition.
Right. The way I read it is the first sentence is really what cannabis is. The second sentence is what it's not.
No.
By the way,
Representative Bronny.
so that
Turn your-
whole sentence is,
turn-
I mean, that whole sentence,
You
the whole
turned it off.
section, the whole section is a run-on sentence. I think.
That's
we
why I was
got-
looking. I was looking for an English major. I looked at it and I tried to figure out how to rewrite it, and I'm
Oh,
like,
tell me, I'm trying to make it two sentences, maybe. It's a run-on
well, it is
sentence.
two sentences, right? Because the
It is-
first
where's the
half,
I'm looking for the period. Where's the period?
it's on line
Yeah.
10.
Oh, I'm looking down at,
Concentrate period.
I'm looking at I'm down the bottom here.
All right. What definition?
I'm on line 31 on page 2.
Oh, you're talking about cannabis
Cannabis
products.
products, I'm
We were
sorry.
talking about cannabis
Oh, no,
at
no,
the top.
but cannabis products means concentrated, blah, blah, blah. There's too many ands in here.
So remember, that
Yes,
was
but there's a
rewritten because we dealt with
specific-
the oral. So the new sentence on line 31 reads, cannabis products means concentrated cannabis products and cannabis products that have been comprised of cannabis and other ingredients and are intended for personal use, such as, but not limited to, creams, ointments, tinctures, period. For the purposes of this paragraph, cannabis products shall not include cannabis-infused food or drink products including but not limited to cannabis-infused edibles such as candies, gummies, brownies, cookies, or cannabis-infused alcoholic, non-alcoholic beverages, alcoholic drinks or beverages of any kind. So that was rewritten, Pat, so you have an old copy.
Well, yeah, that second sentence is a whole new sentence, but I
Yeah.
still think the first 3 lines is a run-on sentence. But you could check with him.
Yeah.
He's probably an English major before he was a lawyer.
Is that it?
That's it? That's unless we have
But
something else.
When is the
No, I'm
amendment
still,
gonna be
I
ready?
want
Well, I
you
guess
to
hit the send
understand
button,
what you're
and then I
doing.
need 20 minutes.
Okay.
But Susan has one more thing she wants to
You
say.
have another
Yes.
change, Susan?
Yeah, well, the same one. Look at lines 10 to 13 and leave out the stuff in between. Cannabis shall not include the weight of any other ingredient combined with cannabis to prepare topical or oral administrations, food, drink, or other product. They're talking about the weight of the other product shall not be included as cannabis.
I'm still trying to figure out what the word weight means in that entire sentence, to be honest with you. I wasn't sure, are they talking about how much the eggs weigh to make a brownie?
Yeah.
I'm
So
not,
Dr. Murphy is here. He may be able to speak to pharmacists who use compounding agents for topicals. Is that something the weight might be?
I likewise do not understand what the weight means as it applies to that sentence. So I'm not a pharmacist, but I will also say that that word is not familiar to me in any pharmacology that I've ever seen.
I think the intent of that was not to criminalize or have any way hemp products and those kind of things that could accidentally get caught up in a cannabis definition. And it was to exclude those kind of products out from the definition of cannabis for the purpose of the statute.
Yes, but it does not exclude cannabis.
Can we just solve this by adding another comma or food, drink, or other products?
We don't want to exclude cannabis from cannabis.
Well, can I take a crack at the weight thing?
Yes.
Well, let's say it's a chocolate bar that's infused with cannabis. They always talk in terms of grams of measure of weight. Okay, so maybe that's why it's there. I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
That's why it's there.
I think that's why it's there.
Yeah,
But,
right.
but cannabis products become something very different if you are reading that if you are not reading that to say that you're excluding food and drink.
Representative Ives.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was the intent or goal, whether it was achieved or not, that's another story, but when you're dealing with any controlled substance, it's normally the cutting agent is also included as the gross amount. So if you're thinking of like cocaine, and if it's cut with any type of substance, you would count the weight of both the cutting agent and the actual cocaine, and that amount is actually what you're in possession of. I believe the goal is to not do that with cannabis or cannabis products. If you have a chocolate bar that weighs 20 grams, but it only has 5 grams of THC in it, the idea of how much you have is supposed to be 5 grams. Much easier when the product is labeled. So we don't want it to be confused that because the total weight of the chocolate bar is not what should be the measuring stick for quantity limits or possession limits. That's at least the intent. And if anyone can help clarify that, that would be beneficial to the public and everyone involved.
I have a suggestion. Why don't we leave it the way it is? And then let's come up with a definition of weight, where it relates to this, and make sure that definition is available for the Senate.
The problem is,
Can you turn your mic on?
How about taking a crack at using a parenthesis around the word grams after the word weight? Or weight in grams?
well,
I still would, let's just keep it the way it is.
my problem is the other side of this. You're taking that sentence to say that cannabis does not include food and drinks, and we've got cannabis instead of cannabis products everywhere in here. And it doesn't exclude food and drink. Cannabis products, Romans 7 at line 31, does exclude food and drinks.
Representative Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that once it's made into a drink, it's now a manufactured product, and therefore it would be considered a cannabis product. On page 2, lines 31 to 33. When it's just in its, when you're defining cannabis, you're really just talking about it in its raw form and how, and the materials you would eventually combine to make a manufactured product. But until it's combined, it's not a manufactured product yet. So I think once it's combined, and I think that's what the second sentence does when it.
That makes sense for line 7. It doesn't, but then we've got a problem that most of the bill says cannabis, and line 31 removes food and drinks from what we're talking about with cannabis products.
Needs to be.
Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would it help if the final phrase of the cannabis definition in the cannabis shall not include sentence, which is to say lines...
Turn your mic on.
Would it help if the phrase in lines 11 to 13, or the weight, etc., got moved out of the definition of cannabis and into the definition of cannabis products?
No.
I'm not sure myself. You have to read it several times, but isn't it the combination with other cutting agents or what have you that makes weight relevant, and isn't that only applicable or relevant in the context of products?
So, if, Mr. Chair, I think, and I'm trying to paraphrase what Representative Abbas said, but I think the whole point of the weight argument is that there's the weight of the drug and the weight of the byproducts, so the other products added to it. And the only place it actually comes into play is when you're dealing with quantity, right? So how much marijuana do I have, and what qualifies as cannabis? And I think all this is looking to do is, if you take all of these contaminants out, how much plant material do you have that you smoke, right? Or how much oil do you have that you put on your body or use, right? So I actually think it's okay where it is. Again, the only time this argument's going to come into play is in the prosecution side, and what is, if you have 4 ounces of product, what is considered actual product and what is considered actual byproduct, so to speak, or contaminants. And so I would leave it the way it is, and leave it for the language, and then we can look at it on the criminal justice side over in the Senate if we really think it's an issue. I honestly don't.
Okay,
After
those that want to leave it the way it is, raise your hand. So that's the majority.
The object of the sentence is the other ingredient, not the weight. We're saying that the other ingredient is not part of cannabis in section 2. In section 7, we are saying that cannabis products do not include food and drink. But cannabis is defined as including all of cannabis except for seeds, fiber, and another ingredient which was combined with cannabis. It's not saying this kind of cannabis doesn't count. Is that clear enough?
We took a straw poll. Does anybody? Representative Nunes.
May I please address this for Representative Almy? If I'm understanding you correctly, then you would want to remove to prepare topical or oral administrations, food or drink, or any other product from that section, and then we don't have the double up of where edibles are mentioned or not, or taken away. Is you're saying it's in
The
duplicate?
alternative would be to go through the document, have the drafter do it, and wherever it is necessary, change cannabis to cannabis products so that the right definition would be used.
Representative Lyon.
I can give that to the drafter and just have him go through and do that, and just look at where the definition, where cannabis is being used, and make the appropriate determination whether it's cannabis or cannabis product is appropriate. That's not a big lift. I have no problem with that.
Is that okay, Representative Almy?
That's fine.
Okay. And that was our last item.
That is the last item, Mr. Chair. If we're okay with this, I will send it off to the drafter. If people don't mind sticking around about 20, 30 minutes, we can come back and vote on it.
Right, here's what I'd like to have do. Are we okay, if you're okay with this, to send it to us? Raise your hand. What's your question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not clear in that when we talked about that section 6, again, you presented it in one fashion, that the profits would be, you know, to offset costs for the patients. And then the last period when we spoke about it, you talk about it, the ATCs being able to be a for-profit. What is the legislative intent of this section of the
If I may,
amendment?
Mr. Chair?
Please,
Yes.
thank you.
So again, I did offer it in both directions, and it was, seemed like it was the will of the committee to allow a for-profit model to be able to move forward. So it was it was presented in a for-profit model.
All right. And explain.
Well, what Representative Lang first presented was the fact that, let's be clear, this is optional. This is not mandating that the ATCs become cultivators. And we're not here to rescue any specific business. What it is, as I've heard in testimony, their mission is to serve their patients. And what Representative Lang had explained was, if in fact they chose to take on cultivation, delivery et al., that those dollars that were generated from that were going to offset cost, which seems to be a concern, cost for their patients. So I guess somewhere I lost something in the translation from where we went from that point of the testimony to all of a sudden all for profit again. Unless I'm mistaken, but I was sitting in the same room here.
So again, I offered it two ways. You know, we talked about one, taking away the separate entity language and the separate physical location language and allowing them to basically operate under that would say that they could operate under their not-for-profit license, and any proceeds they receive from sales to the state would have to go back to roll back into the organization for the benefit of the patients. However, we also heard testimony about the access of funds and the access of capital, and therefore it seemed like I thought we had come to a consensus that we wanted to leave that language to give them the option of opening as a separate entity for a for-profit to be able to access those funds if that's what they needed to do. That was my interpretation of what the committee wanted to do, was the second one, which was leave it so they had, if they wanted to open as a for-profit sub-entity underneath the not-for-profit, they could do that to access capital. If I misunderstood and I wrote the amendment wrong, feel free to correct me. So this was on, let me find it again, I think we're on page 7, 6 or 7.
Can you read it?
Yeah. So if you're up on page 7 and we're looking at the number 6 there, it says, it starts off with an alternative treatment center. That's what the line starts on the current bill. On amendment, it will say, notwithstanding RSA 126-X, an alternative treatment center registered to operate pursuant to RSA 126-X may file an application to obtain a separate registration to operate as a for-profit cannabis cultivation, cannabis product manufacturing, or cannabis transporter, and the rest is all the same. So we just added the notwithstanding RSA 126-X and then for-profit to give them the option if they wanted to.
How's that?
Mr. Chair? No, you can't see me.
Let me
Yep,
have
yep.
him finish.
That's fine. I just wanted it defined as to where we were going with this.
Okay.
Okay.
Representative Gamalo.
I still feel the last 7 words need to be removed, because one of their points was that it would take a lot to do another physical location. So I believe that should come out as
My
well.
apologies. I did strike that from the amendment after our conversation. I just forgot that when we were
okay.
talking about it. There still leaves it as a separate entity, but I stopped it there.
Good. Anything else? Then, are we all in agreement with this amendment? Yes. Then what we'll do is you can hit the send button.
I already did.
We'll take 20 minutes, and that 20 minutes we'll caucus. And so if if the amendment comes back the way we expect it to come back, then we'll go into an executive session and vote.
It's me. Don't you think we ought to caucus after we have it in print?
Oh, yeah.
Good. So it's after that we get the printed version that we'll caucus.
If that's what you want, we will.
I
Mr.
think so.
Chair, we'll come
Maybe
back in
other
here
people-
for,
Maybe other people don't agree with me.
come back here for 3:10. If I have the amendment, I'll hand out the amendment, then we can go right into caucus and discuss, and then come back
I just
for.
feel a little uncomfortable not
And
having
if
print.
you can caucus twice. You can caucus while the amendment's being done, and then we get the amendment, look at it. You want another caucus, we'll caucus, and then do the exec. All right?
So Republicans stay here?
I'll run down to OLS, I'll be back in a minute.
Republicans stay here, and the Democrats go across the hall?
With the,
How it is?
yeah, would the Republicans stay in the room?
You can go down to 104 if you want. 104 is available.
We're back into a work session on House Bill 1598 FN. We have the new amendment, which is 2022-1172H. Representative Lang has brought it, and it should contain the 7 changes that he talked about. So, Representative Lang, you want to?
Again, sorry, Mr. Chair. Again, the amendment, it does contain, I scanned through it, it does have the changes we talked about that are in there. And Mr. Chair, I'd move we adopt amendment number 22-1172H. My apologies, we're not in exec session. To that point, I'll happily answer any questions. There were, again, the changes we made. We added the word all at the top. We changed the section dealing with health and safety rules to add the section about contaminants. We added the section about requirements for testing to say that testing will be of all cannabis products and for potency and contaminants.
Why don't we just show where the changes are?
Sure. All right. So page 1, I got it because the numbers are different now. So page 1, line 16. So that was at Representative Tucker's request. We added the word all. The next change was page 6. Hold on, let me find it. I don't know if it's the same page number. I'm sorry, which one are we talking about? Right, that was the definition I read to everybody, and it's still the same. The next one was, I believe, under, I'm trying to find it here. No. You're much faster than I am. Yes, page 6, line 9. Under section 7, health and safety rules, it now includes the words presence of contaminants. And then on that same page, line 19, I changed that line to say requirements for all testing, requirements for the testing of all cannabis products for potency and contaminants. Page 7, line 10, that's the notwithstanding language we added, and we took away the separate physical locations and added the for-profit comment. And then one more section I sent him a note on to deal with the sale of cannabis. Give me 1 second. I'm not there yet. I'm trying to find the one where it says commissioners for selling. That line there, I had them look at it to make sure we didn't have a problem with cannabis versus cannabis products. I don't know if he changed anything. Where is that section? If anybody sees a section that says, it talks about the sale, for a liquor commission for selling. Page 10, line, I'll compare it to the old language to see. Yeah, so they changed it and added and cannabis products in there to make sure that both things were dealt with. So if you look at line 10, I'm sorry, it's line 18. It now says it'll do the commission to buy and have in its possession cannabis and cannabis products as defined by. And it refers back to the chapter to deal with that definition we had. So it also talks about So again, if you read this section, it says it shall be the duty of the commission to buy and have in its possession cannabis and cannabis products as defined in 318F1 for the sale in the manner described in 318F, and to sell cannabis therapeutic purposes for the as authorized under 126X. So that gives them the ability to sell cannabis and cannabis products under this definition, as well as for the purposes of medical, the therapeutic cannabis as well. Yes.
So I seem to have lost track of where it says that the cannabis has to be raised in New Hampshire.
I'm sorry, your question is where does it say that?
Yeah.
I gotta go find that out. I'm not sure, Daryl. Do you remember? Is it under definition of cannabis cultivator?
Representative Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the way it came, at least the way it initially passed the House, it didn't specifically say that the cannabis would have to be grown in New Hampshire. But any other state that I'm aware of that allows for cultivation, those states are prohibited from selling it out of state. So for example, Maine, a Maine cultivator, it's not that New Hampshire's law is the problem. A Maine cultivator, Maine's law will not let them sell it out of state. So the way the bill was drafted, and I tried to do this as best as I could with every provision that we came across, was to draft it in a way that if the federal prohibition was not there, that we would not have to go through this whole process and basically rewrite the whole legislation. So I don't believe anywhere in the bill it specifically says it has to be grown in New Hampshire.
But weren't you the person who testified that we had a brand as a new agricultural state, and that this was an important aspect of this bill?
Well, I think for when I meant branding purposes, like an ATC, for example, they could sell their brand to the state, and I would promote that type of policy. Any cultivator, they can market their brand. But if the federal prohibition were to be abolished, I'm not sure that a law restricting the purchase of cannabis in the state of New Hampshire would hold up under the Commerce Clause. I'm not going either way with that. I think it's questionable whether it would actually survive the scrutiny. So we kind of wrote it both ways, that it's going to be, it's forward thinking. But any other product, you can't, for example, I mean, wood, lumber, you can't say you only can build houses using lumber from trees, grown in New Hampshire. That wouldn't work.
So just to clear, Daryl, what you said was there's no specific prohibition from out of state. However, we'd be bound by other rules and laws that would prohibit us from growing out of state or selling out of state based on federal law. But if that federal law goes away, then we could, so because of that, we're, by its very nature, we have to grow within the state.
Yes, and the same would go for selling. If a cultivator in New Hampshire wanted to sell to Maine, the problem would be Maine's law would not permit a retailer, and they would, I can imagine, either face a penalty or lose their license. Well, I think when it comes to any type of cannabis, we're ignoring federal law, medical, retail, you name it. So that's when this was drafted, it was almost with a complete, I ignored federal law as much as.
Are you all set, Representative Tucker? Okay. Representative Bromley.
Yeah, so brand also means there's different strains. And one grower may have the specialty strain. The bigger the company is, they hire botanists to engineer their plants to produce more THC or different whatever. So there are brands that are unique to a grower, as is my understanding.
See, it was implied, if not directly said, that this was going to be a boon to New Hampshire agriculture. Maybe so, maybe not.
But there's nothing in the bill to prevent local farmers from getting in the business, and that's the way it should be. It's like it's wide open as to who can get a license. So if it's a farmer who wants to do it, they can do it. But they're going to quickly find that if they grow it outside for for a short season, it's probably not the best thing, And plus, they have all the contaminant problems, all the pesticide problems outdoors. It's more than they, or all pests, the little bugs, you know, that ruin your lettuce or whatever else you grow outside. That's why people do it inside. Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Okay.
Representative Tucker, I think the idea was New Hampshire's an agricultural state, and this could be an option for our farmers who are struggling to be able to have a solution. And due to the current federal law, they can't do interstate transport anyway. So by opening this business up, it allows farmers to potentially get into the market.
Representative Nunes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The other conversation that we had around branding had to do with the Liquor Commission wanting to brand separately from the Alcohol Commission, from alcohol,
Yeah.
not to mix it.
Representative Ames.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm trying to get my mind around the cannabis products. And you've made the change in the definition where this is just a small point, but it may be a drafting error. For the purpose of this paragraph, cannabis products shall not include a bunch of things. The paragraph, this is a definition that starts out in this chapter, which is the whole chapter, regulation of cannabis, but for some reason you've got this clause in there that limits the cannabis products to this paragraph. We can come back to that. But the let's take that definition of cannabis products, which shall not include food or drink products, and then go over into the law. And if you go to page 6, this is just an example. In the middle, line 14, are labeling requirements for cannabis products, mandating this, requirements for packaging and so forth. Well, cannabis products don't include what's excluded by that definition. So is there going to be no labeling on those products that the Liquor Commission is going to be authorized to have on its shelves for the therapeutic cannabis buyers?
If I may. So again, the therapeutic products are going to be controlled by the 126X
I see. So
statute.
that's
right?
the idea, that you
Yeah.
totally separate them. They'll still
Yeah,
be
they'll
controlled.
still-
They'll still be labeled pursuant to that law.
Correct.
That's okay.
Okay. Next.
I think that was everything, Mr. Chair. Everything else we've already covered in all the other discussion points. We've gone over the distribution didn't change. The definition was what we said it was in the this morning.
Representative Lang has gone over the changes. Any further questions on the changes? Seeing none. Then let me do a straw poll. All in favor of amendment 1172H, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. A vast majority. Now, Representative Almy, do you want to have a caucus?
Yes. Yes, I think that we need a very brief one.
Okay. Then we will take some time to have a very brief caucus.
That's a little small, I think. We can even just go down the hallway. I don't think anyone's in it.
Representative?
Mr. Chair, I move adoption of Amendment 2022-1172H on House Bill 1598. Herschel.
I'll second that. Nope.
Representative, it's been moved by Representative Lang, seconded by Representative Ames.
Mr. Chair, I don't need to speak to the amendment. I think we probably talked it to death today.
Okay, does anybody want to say anything on the amendment? Representative Ames.
Thank you. Yes, I seconded this amendment because I believe it improves the bill. And I also want to commend the very hard work of Representative Lang to work with all of us to get to a better place. And I think he's gotten us to a better place. That doesn't mean that I support the bill as amended, but we'll come to that, and we'll talk about that. But, you know, big things have been changed, like taking the banks out, moving to a non-numerical approach to cultivators, and little things like adding the word all, and things like that have been faithfully listened to, the proposals, and then recorded. So that's the kind of legislating we all should be engaged in, and I commend again Lang and the committee as a whole for working through this process. So thank you.
Okay, any further comments? Seeing no further comments, I think probably we should take a roll call.
Thank you,
So-
Mr. Chair. Roll call vote on the motion of to adopt the amendment number 1172H. Representative Abrami.
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg.
Yes.
Representative Abbas.
Yes.
Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Representative Aaron.
Yes.
Representative Janigian.
Yes.
Representative Nunes.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Spilsbury.
Yes?
Representative Tudor.
Yes.
Representative Almy.
Yes.
Representative Ames.
Yes.
Representative Bolden.
Yes.
Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Schomburg.
Representative Schamberg votes yes.
Representative Tucker.
Yes.
Representative Gamarlo.
Yes.
Representative Lawton's not here. Representative Chase.
Yes.
Representative Hacken Phillips.
Yes.
Sorry. Representative Murphy.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 22-0.
Vote being 22-0 for ought to pass. Amendment 1172H is passed. Now we're on the bill.
Mr. Chair, I move OTP on with amendment number 1172H for House Bill 1598.
Representative Lang moves ought to pass with the amendment.
I'll-
Do we have a second?
I can second it, Mr. Chairman, if you want me to.
And seconded by Representative Nunes. Representative Lang, do you have any more you want to say?
Absolutely not.
Any questions or comments from anybody?
Mr. Chair.
Representative Schamberg.
I'm going to say, I have a comment.
Representative Bromley.
So I'm going to vote for this, OTPA, but I'm going to vote my conscience on the floor. Thank you.
Mr.
Representative
Chairman,
Schamberg.
thank you. My friends from the other side of the aisle explained their hesitation of passing a simpler amended bill that I proposed 3 weeks ago because of what they felt was a lack of lockdown details on expenditure of monies for a retention fund. this bill as amended, even though the sponsor has worked diligently trying to resolve the many issues, has me hesitating because of a gross number of lockdown details, from ATC to the distribution of funds and the post effects definitions. So I just want to express that I probably will not be able to support for passing this unless we are supporting an interim study. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else wish to comment? Seeing none, then I'm going to ask the clerk to call the vote on ought to pass with Amendment 1117H on House Bill 1298.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion is ought to pass on House Bill 1598 as amended by amendment number 1172. Representative Abrami.
Yes.
Representative Ankenberg.
Yes.
Representative Abbas.
Yes.
Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Representative Aaron.
Absolutely, yes.
Representative Janitigian. Sorry, John. John.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Nunes.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Spilsbury.
Yes.
Representative Tudor.
Yes.
Representative Almy.
No.
Representative Ames.
No.
Representative Bolden.
No.
Representative Malloy.
No.
Representative Schomburg.
No.
Representative Tucker.
No.
Representative Gamarlo.
No.
Representative Lawton's not here. Representative Chase.
No.
Representative Hacken Phillips.
No.
Representative Murphy.
No.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote's 12 to 10 in favor of ought to pass as amended.
The vote being 12 to 10 in favor of ought to pass as amended, the motion passes, and it will go on the regular calendar. There is one thing,
And Representative Ames will do the minority report,
Ames?
which is for interim study.
okay. Just one final comment on what it means for funds to be raised. So could you just briefly bring us up to date on that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Just as a clarification, Mr. Chair, we're going to have a minority report by Representative Ames. Their recommendations will be interim study, and this is going on the regular calendar.
Yes.
Thank you. So again, we had the financial discussion about this, using the numbers coming from the Liquor Commission on a $250 million gross revenue. And that assumed all products. There would be about $50 million in gross profit that would become to the state. However, we know that about 40% of that number was the edible language that we took out of the bill, so it's not in the bill, which means that our gross revenues for the state are around $30 million. I think that's all we really know. We know that the one thing we also know is that that's going to be a rolling number. That's assuming they're up to 100%. We wouldn't expect to see that number until the end of the third year. That number start becoming true. First year, it's going to be about $10 million. Second year, $20 million. Third year, $30 million.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything to say? Not? We're out of the executive session. Everybody can go home, and we will not be meeting Wednesday. That's right. I have to. I have a bill tomorrow. Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah, thanks.
So who do I need to give this to? Do I give it to Karen?
Karen. And then
The vote counts, and I already wrote the blurb. I'll send it to you for approval.
good, thanks.
Send it to you tonight.
Great.